Is it working? Is it working? Is it working? It appears to be working. Okay, so let me go check video producer. Maybe other stuff. Okay, yeah, it worked, we're good. So there's 2 separate streams, and one of them is the current one, and the other one is the one that I just accidentally started without remembering to do all the things that I need to do. Okay, I'm gonna go and copy. Number 4 and video number 5 today. Video, oh my gosh. Video number 5 is not public yet because I still have to finish the works cited. But when the works cited is done, it will be public. But until then, you know, I mean, I don't really want to have it live on YouTube until the works cited is done. So anyway, I think I need to go turn this on. Oh, stove's already on. Okay, in that case, I need to put sounds on. And then I'll do a few things. And then we're gonna get started. So let's do that. I guess I should probably shut my email down for now. Oh, no, wait. I don't want to go to subscriptions. I want to go to playlists. I don't want to do that. I want to do another thing. God, I am feeling like so crappy today. It's not funny, but I am feeling kind of crappy today. And my, like, teeth are hurting. And not for any good reason either, just, like, hurting. What is it called? Here it is. View full playlist. I don't want to just play something on the playlist. You gotta view the playlist. Let's do Below Zero. We haven't listened to Below Zero in a while. And oh shoot, I need to unplug my oh hey, welcome to the stream. We're getting ready to watch my through the videos for my thesis. And so that should be fun. But yeah, I'll be right back. And when I get back, we're gonna start that. I'm back. Ow, ow, ow. I'm burning my hands on a boiled egg. Okay. So, video number, crap. Dropping the boiling hot egg. It's one of those days. I feel like it's gonna be one of those days. Okay, so... Okay, that was in my ears. I'm not sure the problem is, right? Oh, this. Okay. I figured it out. Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay, I figured it out. So I can have, I don't know you, and if you're trying to sell me anything, like graphics for my stream, just, you know, I don't know what to tell you, like, don't do that, because I'm not okay with that. So, yeah, today we're watching the video. We're watching the video. The problem is I have so many tabs open on all this thing, and all of them are for my thesis review stuff. The submission deadline is coming up really soon, which is why I'm doing this stream. I have to react to the video. Well, I don't really have to react to the videos, but I have to watch the videos after they've been, you know, edited. And I have to kind of write up a little thing about them. Very intense music. But yeah, I have to write up a little abstract and about them and like other things. And so I would like to do that on stream because it gives me a chance to watch my videos on stream. So, I'm not gonna do face cam today, I don't think, because my hair is not prepared, and I just wanna, you know what I want to do? I want to sit in the dark, so we're not gonna do a face cam. But these are my videos, so like, you know, I'm gonna pause the music, and then I'm gonna switch to desktop. Nice. Okay. Can we do? Oh no, that's the wrong one. Ew. Oh God. Hold on. Yeah, there is the camera that's on. Okay. That's annoying. No. Desktop. Okay, there we go. Desktop. So, this would be easier if I could, like, play it without headphones. But then I'd have to choose between, like, microphone or headphones. I don't know, man. Okay, anyway, we're gonna have this play. Let's see. I don't know what that means, but welcome to the stream, I guess. I feel like if I made the intros shorter, the videos themselves would not be so long. But then I like actually look at how much time this introduction has taken so far, and it's like a minute. It's a minute and 30 seconds. And I'm like, if it's only taken a minute and 30 seconds, then I don't think it's that bad. Cat, they want to see you. They want you to help with the video. Are you gonna help? Come on, you gotta get up. Oh, also, if you're interested, you know, I better put this.
They want to see you though.
But you know what we're gonna do? We gotta do this right. We gotta do this right. We gotta put the link in the chat. Here's the link. And if you go to that link, you will see that there is a works cited document here. And you can see all of the sources that I've used, the videos that I've used, the images that I've used, the this is like a, oh no, this is a video. This is video. This is also a video. There. The texts that I've used. The what else? There's like news articles. That's a YouTube video. Here, a new, oh shit. So yeah, this is the news article. And yeah, if you go to that link, you will be able to see all of them. And also, if you go to this second link, you will be able to see all of the videos that made it into here. All the, well, I mean, I didn't put the whole entire video, but I put, you know, like clips. So all of the things that were clipped from. And they're all in order, in the order that they appear. And you should go, and 2 unavailable videos are hidden. Oh, that's fucking great, man. Somebody's account got shut down again. That's great. Show unavailable videos. Right there and right there. You know, I don't know what those are. I don't remember what those are, but, you know, you'll probably be able to see the title of the video and all of that jazz when we watch it back. Creator. And go, you know, give all of these creators love and support, and like and subscribe and leave comments on their shit, you know. So anyway.
Oh gosh. You know what? You can sleep. It's okay.
I actually had to cite myself in this because I used my VODs, and I used that short, and the only way I could get that short into this project is by uploading it to YouTube as a short and then downloading it to my computer. Like, it was on my phone, so I uploaded it to my, you know, YouTube, downloaded it to my computer. It's very annoying. And I put the watermark, so now there's a watermark for my own account on my own video, and I'm like, that's kind of tacky. Whatever. Such is life. We had fun with this one. Narratively speaking, with this one, I hadn't really settled on trying to make the Pepes like a Twitch chat yet. So the text color is kind of inconsistent throughout the project. So in this one, I think if it's black text with a white outline, it's like generally speaking going to be me. But then if it's like any other color, it's like some other character, you could call it, talking. Okay, so it doesn't seem like this video is going to be about what it's supposed to be about. But trust me, we'll get there at the end. In the meantime, try to enjoy the journey. I'm also not good at volume stuff. I'm really bad at like editing the volume stuff to make sure it's all consistent across the video. I tried. I tried.
I mean, I
Millennial?
call Donald Trump thick all the time because he is. He's a pog.
I don't
Okay.
speak.
He's thick. He's thick as hell. Donald Trump
But
is
wait,
thick.
I thought thick
He
was
is
positive.
So
Isn't
funny.
thick positive?
It can be positive. I'm using
It
it
was
in a positive
supposed to
way.
be,
I mean,
right.
he's got
thick
that.
means like didn't it mean like strong or good looking or no?
I could be used in both. I'm saying he's good looking, man. He's thick, dude. He's built like
I
a
don't think that's what you're saying.
yeah, he's
Oh,
built
you're
like a
right.
goddamn refrigerator. Have you seen his ass, dude? Holy crap, dude.
I'm
Oh
not
my
laughing
God.
at that. That is so. I am not laughing at that. I'm laughing
I'm
at
just
something
hey, if I was
thinking about from
interested,
earlier.
that would be one bussy that I would tear apart.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
back walls
Can I take-
Wow.
destroyed.
Can I go?
Secret Service, get at me.
What just happened?
Can I
What just
go?
happened?
There's something about language, communication, symbols, and codes that has always fascinated me. When I was younger, I used to read code-breaking books and design secret codes and ciphers to send messages and write notes that only I could understand. And it's a lot of fun to do that, until you realize that it's even more fun when someone else understands your code. And just a few people understanding the code in a room full of people who don't. That's a really cool experience. If queer coding was this video here that I'm using in the background was supposed to be so there's a video and there's a whole audio and I recorded it on my phone and it was supposed to go at the end of video number 3. Then I got tired of video number 3 and I'm like it's enough. We've done enough. And that was fine, you know? But then I still had this video, and I'm like, well, it's really pretty. What do I do with it? And so I decided, you know, I need something to be in the background of this video. I'll just do this. And so I did it. It's coined today. We would probably call it queer memeing. You probably know what queer
memeing.
coding is, but if you don't, queer coding is when queer people know. We just
know.
know. Heteros, it might take them a minute to figure it out.
They don't know.
But they aren't supposed to know, because it's a code. But the scientist of today, writing from an alternate universe where queer coding has never been written about, let's ignore the other universe changes that might be relevant because queer coding wasn't written about, they would probably call it queer memeing. I'm establishing something early here, a connection, a code. Something I want you to hold on to. And I want you to hold on to it because I think it's the key.
That kind of, I like
It's a little
that.
crazy with the rug. Because it's a dark rug.
Hold on one second. I gotta do something here really quickly. Sorry.
I was born on a Dublin street where the Lyle drums did beat. The loving English feet that walked all over us, and every single night.
That's
when
right.
my dad would come home to
Ladies and gentlemen, it's top of the fucking hour right now. It's time for a 60-second ad break. That's right.
Oh, the song.
Look at this. Look, we even have an emote.
I did the React stream where I reacted to a lot of videos that were on my list. I have like a whole playlist for this video. And so yeah, I did the React stream and I reacted to a lot of videos, but some of them didn't make it in. So the ones that I didn't react to became like the introductory videos. Where I'm kind of like introducing you to the idea of community memes. And then the later videos where I'm kind of like reacting to them and talking about them, they like, you know, we kind of established that like there's a before I start reacting and an after I start reacting. Because you can go and like watch these on YouTube, you know. But you can also like engage with them, right? And part of this video is really about putting things into context. So like right now we're kind of looking at these memes in the abstract and we don't really know what's going on. But then there's the flip. There's where is it? It's like a transition screen. There we go. Transition screen right there. About 16 minutes in. And that's when things turn. I don't know if all of them turn, because there's that one. But like, you know, we're establishing kind of a narrative. You know? I should probably open up a Google Doc. I'm gonna. So right now it's just like there, but eventually I'm gonna read this, which is why I didn't read it at the beginning. So right now it's just there to look pretty. Here. Oh god. Let's start with the concept of lost media. I'm a scientist of vibes, not lost media. So if you want lost media research and science, you're going to have to go do some research because I don't have time for that. But the basic idea here had to, so what I did is I finished this video and I, here we go, cut. No, wait. Hold on. Okay, there we go. It's good. What was I talking about? I forgot what I was talking about. Shit. That sucks. I can get rid of that now. Oh, yeah. So the beginning of this section, I actually fucked it up. I don't know how I did, but like half of, maybe not half, like a big chunk of the audio, like a sentence, few seconds of audio, I guess, were missing. And I actually had to, because after I'm done with the video, I take all my little desk icons and I put them into folders. But that unlinks them from their like assets in the Adobe Premiere. So yeah, and then I opened up the video on YouTube after it was done uploading, processing, and all that, and lo and behold, my video was missing a few seconds of audio. So I had to go, I either had to go reconnect all of those different assets, and it's like, there's so many different things in this video, you know, it's like ridiculous to have to reconnect them all. Some of them were even like deleted from my computer because it just was, you know, it was too big and it was taking up too much space. So I'm like, we're just gonna get rid of it because I don't need it anymore. Well, I did need it. So yeah, what I did is I took the whole entire like complete, because it's still the video itself, the finished video is still on my computer. So I took it and I put it into the Premiere, and then I cut it and I recorded the thing that I needed to record, and I just put it in there, and I copied some of this background stuff. So yeah, that's what I had to do for like the last. Is that media can be lost. Amazing. I know. It happens a lot with old films and paintings. Old films and paintings were made out of flammable shit. So if your art house or film house or place where wealthy people store things they don't want the poors to have access to burns down, the only known copy of a thing was in that building. It's fucking gone. Again, I'm not deep diving into this. Do your own research if this topic interests you. The point I'm making here is that if there is just one... I watched that movie, this is like way back forever, but the movie Monuments Men, about how during World War II, a lot of like art, and even like whole ass rooms, that's the thing, like whole ass rooms can be like stolen at that time. And, you know, if you take all of this art and shit and you put it somewhere and you accidentally blow that place up, all of a sudden all of that is gone. And like digital copies, you know, you think things that are online will be online forever, right? There's no way that you could ever lose that, right? But then we go, and I think that's why it was important to make the lost media statement right there, because you go to video number 4, 2 unavailable videos are hidden. So I don't remember what those, I mean, we're going to see them eventually, but I, like, right now in the abstract, I don't remember what those videos are. I don't remember, you know, I don't know if I could even find them again. Huh. 2 of them. It's probably 2 by the same person. But yeah, so it's like, you know, I think that's why we have to talk about lost media in regards to the internet, even if there is a lot of media out there that we'd like to be lost, but we can't seem to lose. There's, you know, simultaneously, there's a lot of media that we can't find that was there the other day, and, you know, you consume so much media that you don't even remember what you lost. Of a thing. That one thing can be lost. We tend to think that in the modern era of digitized everything that nothing can be lost. But considering that there are quite a few video games that are lost media, digitization doesn't prove to be protection against lost media. This is important because I think it is. I mean, the people who specialize in this and actually do research find it important too. But like, from the perspective of my project, this is important because I think it is. Because I'm digging into a community where many of its memes were established before it was considered more broadly relevant. Before the days of Hasanabi Clip Compiler 1234, who has a back catalog of VODs that is literally thousands of hours of footage uploaded to YouTube. So some of the memes that I can show you and track back through time would go back even further. I just don't have those VODs to point to because they have never been saved. That is literally... At one point, I realized that I want to bring the gray name meme into the video. And so right now, this guy is just, you know, thousands of hours of footage uploaded to YouTube. At his regular rate. He's typing slowly. And his little green dialogue is just down there being green. Because at first, you know, we're starting with the idea of the Pepe, but then it turns into the Pepes, and each Pepe is a little, I'm saying it funny, but you know what I mean. But yeah, each little frog, each little emote becomes like a different like Twitch chatter. But right now, it's all the same little guy as long as it's green. Tube. So some of the memes that I can show you and track back through time would go back even further. Yeah. So this doesn't even exist. You know, it's not just even in the context of this particular video, right? Because I'm acknowledging it within this particular video. I'm also experiencing it within this particular video. But also, outside of this video, what I even had access to put into the video to begin with was, you know, limited. I just don't have those VODs to point to because they have never been saved or uploaded to anywhere. And this isn't the worst thing, sure, but it does make one of the accounts that I like to listen to the VODs to fall asleep, you know. And so like one of the accounts tried to upload all of the VODs from the beginning, but the problem is there's like a big chunk of VODs. There's like 2019. And then they like December, October, November, December of like 2019 or something, the VODs just like stop, and then they kick back up in like October, November, December or something of 2020. And like that's almost a whole year that's kind of just lost. Working in these digital spaces, kind of difficult. And the crazy thing is that I remember like hanging out and watching, you know, video VODs on, watching the streams on Twitch, but at the same time, like they're just, you know, they're gone because, you know, you didn't have people who were dedicated to, you know, channels who were dedicated to uploading them and like saving them and you know, cataloging them. What is it called? Archiving. If you weren't the first rando to stumble into the stream whenever the streamer first made the account and started streaming. Because for me, my experience with the Hasanabi community begins summer and fall of 2020. But there are other people, older heads, if you will, who might attest that the community began far before that time. Oh, I wonder, wait, hold on. And they would be right, and that would kind of prove my point. So let's start this analysis off with the idea that I'm really coming into the middle of a thing, and I can only trace back as far as the moment I came into the thing. And I will only be able to trace as far forward as this moment of writing this thing. And it's quite possible that even things from this narrow period might already be lost to time, algorithm, or channeled monetization or deletion. That happened. With that in the back of our minds, I want to start with a basic question. Like, very basic, super basic, incredibly basic. What is a meme? Okay, so like, I know that like Twitter hates Richard Dawkins because he's kind of not a great guy. And by kind of not a great guy, I mean like he's a bad guy. He's kind of an asshole. He's just an asshole. The problem is there's a bunch of fucking nerds in English, you know, who are like doing English studies shit, and they're like, look at this groundbreaking thing, and they pull up the selfish gene, and they're like, oh my gosh, it's so cool, it explains memes, and like it's the coolest shit ever. And of course, like the Dawkins himself guy is kind of like leaned into the bit to make himself the meme, you know, but like, one, this guy sucks. Two, his shit is wrong. And three, I wanted to tell you about why his shit is wrong. So that's why, you know, we're talking about this. And everybody who asks this question in academia will be met with a recommendation to go read this book by Richard Dawkins. Yeah, I get, you know, like people are like, go read The Selfish Gene. Go read The Selfish Gene. And then you read The Selfish Gene and it's like a guy who's like doing biology and he's like, why do people like to share things? And it's like, because we're human. Because humans are social. Like, I don't understand, like, why are STEM? Why are STEM? The Selfish Gene. The new soup is like, the soup of... Never ask a STEM to answer something that can be answered by, like, humans like to do things together. Human culture. We need a name for a new replicator, a noun that conveys the idea of a unit of cultural transition, or a unit of imitation. Dawkins, 249. You may already know where this is going. If you don't, semiotics. It's semiotics. Like, so Dawkins is trying to reverse engineer semiotics out of biology, and that's just not really how that works. That's not really how that works. Like, you know, our evolutionary drive is that we want to share shit because we're human, and because evolutionarily, you know, sharing shit has been really good for us. And beyond that, it's just semiotics. That's the system. Semiotics, I mean, I'm about to talk about it in this video, but like semiotics is a system that we've developed to you know, share shit. Semiotics means symbolic. It's a fancy sounding word, and all it really means is symbolic. Think of it like this. The word cat doesn't really represent an actual cat. It's an arbitrary set of symbols that we all agree mean cat. I tried to keep cats are real things. All of this, but cats are not the word. Like, if you're going to school for English, and you're like gonna be in the main, I mean, at least the university, I don't know the other universities, but at least at the university I'm going to. This is pretty like, you know, I'm like introduction. This is introduction to the major shit. So this is gonna be people who like specifically want to study English, and you know they're gonna be learning about semiotics. So there is a degree of complexity to it because, you know, it's not like how we don't tend to think about things as abstract. We tend to think about things as like concrete. So like, how do you explain that your whole system that you use to understand things is concrete is actually like rather abstract, right? Like a cat is, there's a catga. Can you see my cursor? Yeah, you can see my cursor. There's a catga and there's Azan wearing cat ears, and neither of these things are a cat, but they're also a cat, you know? So it's like, yeah, really represent an actual cat. It's an arbitrary set of symbols that we all agree mean cat. Cats are real things, but cats are not the word cat.
The
He's
word
a
cat is
Zod,
just a
but
thing
he's
that we
dressed as
use
a
so we can
cat.
talk to other people about cats. Simple as, right? Well, not exactly,
Kind of.
because a picture of a cat is not actually a cat. A picture of a cat is a symbolic representation of a cat, but it's not actually
This
a
is a
cat.
picture of a cat.
The picture represents a moment in time where a person was taking a picture of a cat. And we all generally
I think that's another really interesting thing. Like, if you want to get really deep into the depths of semiotics and you know, communicating culture through semiotics, photography is really, really interesting, especially the history of photography, because back in the day, like, the painting of the king was not an actual representation of the king. It was like the hottest representation that the artist could think of, right? Because you don't want an ugly king. You want a sexy, cool, super awesome king, right? So like all of those pictures of the Habsburgs who are like ugly as hell, like that's them on a hot day. That's their Yas Queen, Slay Queen, you know, fit, right? That's them looking hot. So like, imagine what they actually looked like, right? And this same kind of philosophy where like your image, an image of you is going to be a reflection of you on your best day. That, and not even like a reflection of you on your best day, but on a reflection of you on the best day that could have ever possibly been your best day, right? So like a lot of pictures that we look at, old pictures, are edited. There's like whole threads about people who are like, people didn't have acne back in the day because, you know, they just ate better and they didn't use oil in their food. And it's like, no, people had horrible skin. People had like everybody had smallpox scars. Like, people had terrible skin, but we have today too, because you can still do this, but they had editing techniques for those old photos where they could make those blemishes disappear, just like you have Photoshop today. There's always been Photoshop, except Photoshop used to be this long, complicated process, and now, you know, you have this little brush and the Photoshop thing, and that does it for you. So, you know, just when it comes to pictures, like, what is a picture? And not just like, what is a picture? How does a picture rhetorically function within our society, right? And there's like a cat, my cat is over there, and if I turn my camera on and I pointed at him, it wouldn't be a cat, it would be a video of a cat. And if I took a picture of my cat, it's not a cat, it's a picture of a cat. And so there's these degrees of separation, right? And we don't really feel that, you know? We feel that we're looking at a cat. And it's really cool and interesting, but also like weird shit happens in there. And he was watching.
really understand this to be true because we live in a society that understands how photography works.
This was the weirdest experience too. So he likes to like jump around sometimes. Sometimes he gets a little bit energetic at night. And so there's the lamp right here, and the lamp is on the headboard, and the headboard is like a shelf. And so what he does is he jumps onto the bed, he jumps over my head onto the shelf behind the bed, and then he jumps from the shelf on the bed, like around here, to up there. And he was just sitting up there for a while, and I'm like, what are you doing? So I turn on the light, and I look up at him, and he's just looking at me, like, with this like, I mean, it looks kind of creepy, but it was like the most, like, I love you so much kind of look. And I'm just like, what is wrong with you?
But we don't expect the picture of a cat to meow to us or to be able to pet it. Similarly, a video of a cat is a moment in time that was recorded by a person who was taking a video of a cat.
It took
An
me
example
so many
of a group
takes.
of people.
Oh my god, it's the most horrible thing. I didn't know that, like, TikToks take multiple takes. Like, well, this is a YouTube short. It's less than a minute, right? You think that a minute worth of video, you just, like, do it and it's done. But no, like, you have to, like, I mean, first of all, you have to act, right? And acting doesn't come naturally to me because I'm not, like, a trained actor. And so I'm out here having to, like, use the things, like, the skills that I've used in music, like, you know, choir and, like, singing, to use those skills that I've developed and try to transfer them to, like, acting for videos. And it's really, really weird. But also, like, the first couple shots, I had the bathroom door open. The first couple shots, I had the curtains open. It was, you know, creating horrible glare. I forgot to make my bed. I had to pick the cat toys up off of the floor. I had to do all of these little things, all these little details. You can't show, like, too much over there because there's a bunch of stuff on that shelf, you know? And it was so like
who don't quite
intensive,
implicitly
so
understand this
involved.
are children who try to talk to videos of
Why
cats and
doesn't
don't
Mr.
understand that the cat
Snuggles
cannot
want to
respond
play
back.
with me? Mr. Snuggles doesn't want to play with you because he's not a real cat. He's a video of a cat. That's another thing where like, you know, like Dora the Explorer, the shows that like talk to you, like kids, you know, as they get older, they get it, but like really little kids, the ones that the show is designed for, they don't really understand those boundaries between like the video that's not a real thing and you that is a real thing.
Symbols, semiotic domains, things that represent other things. And these things usually have cultural markers and
Yep.
processes attached to them.
Wait, when we say cultural here, I don't know if we've established it in this video, but in the previous video, I'm pretty sure we established it that we're not really talking like culture with a capital C. We're talking about like culture, and everything is culture. So like, yeah.
Like
a cultural marker is like, you know, I don't know, man. What's a cultural marker in this image? I mean, shit, the cultural marker is that there's a beige cat tree in this image. And that beige cat trees were like a huge thing in like the 90s and the 2000s and like the early 2010s, where all you could find was a beige or a gray cat tree. But now cat trees, you can't find a beige or a gray cat tree. They're all like, you know, natural fiber shit and I don't know, fucking luxury condo sheepskin shit and like hot pink carpet and like little moon shapes. And then there's like cat shit up on the wall. Like you can't find I've tried to find a cat tree like this, but you can't find a cat. So that in and of itself, you know, that shows the like the transition from like this like bland kind of beige but also very sturdy and long lasting cat tree to something that is like more personalized, more individualized, but also is gonna fall apart quicker, so you're gonna need to replace it. Like this cat tree has probably been around for 20 years. I wouldn't know because the people before me had it, and that's why the rope is funny down here, because I just took the cat tree and put new rope on it and it was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, your little tacky, well, I'm not tacky, they're very cute. But the crappy and poorly built little piece of junk, you know, those things are gonna fall apart and you're not gonna be able to re-rope. I got one over here. And the inside of that cat tree, you can't see it because there's no camera. But the inside of this cat tree, it's like a cute little cactus thing. The inside of it is cardboard. Cat scratches the cardboard, the whole thing's fucked. Cat scratches this, that's fucking wood in there. So, you know, cultural markers.
In the photo of or video of a cat example. We often don't think of these things because they're seamlessly
rainbow.
integrated into our lives. While I understand that the picture of a cat is not actually a cat and is rather a picture, that is not relevant to me in a situation where I want to show someone what my cat looks like.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell people I'm going to
show
show
you
them
my
my cat,
cat.
they don't start castigating me about the ethics of carrying cats in bags. They understand that there will be some photographic
I have a friend. We're like mutuals on Twitter, and I was thinking about that when I made this character. Like all the things that they say, because they do that thing where it's like, it's kind of I think it's like a kind of like Tumblr, almost Tumblr adjacent like meme thing, where like you kind of like are like doing the gaslight gatekeep girl boss meme. Like, yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but it's really funny.
medium which will display an authentic image of the cat I call my cat. So then memes. Where do memes fit into all of this? The word cat being a symbol for my cat is rather simple to understand. So is the idea of a photograph of my cat being a symbolic representation of my cat. But when does a picture of a cat stop being a picture of a cat and become something else?
Yeah.
Cat memes are one of the most popular memes. Source.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
But I'm not alone in making this up because generally speaking, we understand that the internet is made for sharing pictures of cats. So we already see here in these past three sentences that semiotic domains are wiggling around and converting.
The goose becomes his own character. The goose becomes a character within this narrative. And not only does he become a character within this particular video, we carry on the goose character. Like the goose character is like a main character in these last two videos.
Merging and breaking apart, and that a picture of a cat can simply be a picture of a cat, or it can be
This is a picture of
representative
a cat.
of an entire discourse of genre and
Or
cultural
omen of doom.
exchange on a digital platform.
The meme that I was thinking about here is the what's that meme called? The ceiling cat. And so yeah, it turned into a meme where like the ceiling cat is like, you know, the angel cat sent from like God, and then there's the basement cat. Let's see if we can find it. I don't see the meme particularly, but I don't even remember what it looked like. But yeah, basically like the cat looking down on you is the ceiling cat, and then there's also the basement cat, and the basement cat is like, you know, the devil cat. So yeah, is he, you know, looking down upon you with his angelic countenance, or is he an omen of doom? You get to decide.
I spoke about discourse and genre in my last video. We are involved in many different discourse
This
communities
is
at once,
the
and we
last
use different
video.
language to mean the same thing in those different communities. And I'm going to talk about that in my next video. Yeehaw, motherfucker.
I'm like, I did this. This is deliberate. This is the one thing that is deliberate, where I'm like, I'm gonna talk about it in this in my next video, and then I'm like, I'm gonna talk about, or no, first I was like, I talked about that in my last video, then I'm like, I'm gonna talk about that in my next video, and yeah, I thought that would be funny.
But what is important to understand here is how discourse relates to genre, because out of discourse communities, genre arises. If we consider discourse...
A lot of people think that genres are like, containers that you put, you know, shit in. Like, you know, think about, novels, right? There's like the novel and like a gothic novel, and you're gonna go put the gothic novel on the gothic novel shelf, or you're gonna take the romance novel and you're gonna go put the romance novel on the romance novel shelf. You could also put the romance novel on the gothic novel shelf sometimes, and the gothic novel on the romance novel sometimes. It depends. It depends, because, you know, genre is complicated. But the reason why you can put both of those books on either of those shelves sometimes is because these genres arose out of discourse. And so, you know, communities begin, you know, or the communities establish, you know, discourses, you know, ways of communicating with one another. And then those discourses become more specified, more refined. Not refined like better, but more refined as in more specific. And I guess I could have just said more specified. But anyway, and then out of this you get genre. And a genre is like a specific type of discourse. It comes out of a specific type of community. And so romance novels come out of the gothic novel. I mean, kind of. There's like a few places where the modern romance novel comes from, right? So you have like the Jane Eyre, which I believe could be considered a gothic novel. I don't see why not. You have the Castle of Udolpho. You have you also have Jane Austen, right? And so we would consider, I don't know about Udolpho, I feel like that could be considered a romance. You have all of these things that are all considered a romance, but they also developed out of like different discourses. So, you know, like Jane Eyre is what is that? It's like the 30s. I think it was written in the 30s. Maybe it's earlier. I don't fuck this conversation entirely. Anyway, the point is that you can't just look at what the labels are on the shelves right now and understand genre. You have to understand different discussions that have been happening, you know, through history which have eventually led to what is on the shelves today.
Communities a way of speaking, thinking, doing, then we can understand genre as a product of these ways of speaking, thinking, doing. Thank you, editing me. With this very basic understanding of discourse and genre, we can establish a few principles.
Like I said, it's very basic, but it, you know, I think it
Show
gets the
principles
job done.
on screen. 1. Pictures of cats are pictures
shit.
of cats. 2. Pictures of cats are not just pictures of cats. 3. Pictures of cats are part of a broader body of symbolic representation of other pictures of cats. 4. Pictures of cats are part of a shared body of knowledge of assumptions about pictures of cats. So the first two are pretty simple and we don't really need to look much further. The second two might require further explanation. Number 3.
I don't know. Are they pretty? Pictures of cats are pictures of cats.
So the first two are pretty simple and we don't really need to
shit.
look much further. Pick me. With this very basic understanding. And I'm going to talk about that in my next...
I am having all sorts of trouble here. 12:59. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for a rug. So if we're still streaming...
arises. If we consider discourse communities a way of these ways of speaking, show principles on screen. 1. Pictures of cats.
Pictures of cats are pictures of cats. So like, even in just the phrase of pictures of cats, there's still a lot of assumptions about what pictures of cats are, you know?
Cats are pictures of cats. 2. Pictures of cats are not just pictures of cats. 3. Pictures...
Yeah. So like, pictures of cats are pictures of cats. We have all these assumptions, right? And those assumptions are kind of expanded on in number 2, which is pictures of cats are not just pictures of cats, because we understand that a picture of a cat can be something other than a picture of a cat, right? We also understand that that picture of a cat is still a picture of a cat. I mean, it's weird, right? But it's also, I mean, that's just how that's how language works. That's how communication, and that's why I think, like, so many people have trouble with communication. They have trouble with understanding things because pictures of cats are pictures of cats, but also pictures of cats are not just pictures of cats. And you might just chalk this up to like semantics and, you know, the specification of definition, but at the same time, you know, while being a semantics Andy is kind of a jackass thing to do, like semantics, like establishing a through line of semantics, especially around hotly contested principles and things, is sometimes useful to establishing that we all understand and agree on something. But at the same time, we could, like, you know, have like we all have our idea of what a cat is. And when I think of the cat, I think of the cat sitting behind me. And when you think of the cat sitting behind me, you probably don't think about. I mean, you might have seen him. You saw him earlier in the video. He's the little gray one that keeps showing up. But like, you might also have thought that there was a different cat back there. So who knows?
Pictures of cats are part of a broader body of symbolic representation of other pictures of cats.
But that's another one that's kind of like inherently contained within number 1, but at the same time, you have to kind of specify that is part of that assumption.
4. Pictures of cats are part of a shared body of knowledge of assumptions about pictures of cats.
Yeah. A shared body, so a discourse about cats.
So the first two are pretty simple and we don't really need to look much further. The second two might require further explanation. Number 3 can be parsed as simply as, there are lots of pictures of cats out there and
a cat is 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 a cat. But in picture form.
All of them are pictures of cats. Number 4, however, is tricky territory, which carries a lot of value judgments about what is and is not a cat. Gatekeeping catdom, if you will.
I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat.
So the assumptions may be listed as such. 1. A picture.
I think that one was she was actually supposed to say that, this is Reginald and he is a rat guy. The other one, the Peepo Happy, I think, was supposed to be like, hello, Reginald. But for some reason that got deleted. And I'm like, I don't care. It's fine. So yeah, picture of a dog is not a picture of a cat.
Dog is not a picture of a cat. We all have a basic understanding of what a cat looks like, and we know that dogs are...
these are supposed to be deliberately basic. Not because I think that people are dumb. I definitely don't think that people are dumb. I just think that it's such a weird way of thinking about communication that I wanted something that was like very basic and very kind of like relatable. And we all know that the internet was designed for posting cats, not dogs, cats.
Or not cats. 2. Pictures of multiple cats are pictures of a cat. There's no reason to see the amount of cats pictured as a necessary variable when considering whether or not this is a picture of a cat. 3. A picture of a dog and a cat is still a picture of a cat because there is a cat in the picture. This may change by how much cat is present in the picture versus how much dog. 4. Cats can be doing cat-like things.
Hold on, let me... There's no good place to put this because I really do use
Or
the whole
things that are
entire
not
fucking-
cat-like. In each of these situations, the cat is still a cat. However, the cat that does not cat-like things may be considered an instance of dramatic irony where we, the audience, know that the cat is not behaving like a cat even though the cat doesn't know this, which is haha funny. 5. The internet was designed for sharing pictures of
I'm
cats.
just gonna put it up here because there's not a lot of things that go up there.
These are not all of the possible assumptions and values we have about cat pictures because that list would go on for days. But these are just a few basic assumptions and values
My
which
nose is
I could come up with.
stuffy right now.
Through these assumptions, we can understand which pictures are cat pictures, which
This
pictures are
help-
not
is
cat
cat.
pictures,
He helps.
what we do with cat pictures, we post them, what might be interesting about a particular picture of a cat,
Yes.
and the
God, this
fuzzy
is
gray
really
area
weird.
where that picture might not be a cat
Is there a
picture,
cat?
but it's open for
Yes,
debate.
there is. I tried to take the picture in the dark without the flash on, and then I had to turn the light on so I could take the picture.
And even then,
So like, what is it? 15.
and the fuzzy gray area where that picture might not
So this is in fact a picture of a cat. There's no cat there. But once you have been given the context, you understand that there is a cat there, right? So this is not a cat picture, but it is a cat picture, depending on the discourse that you're participating in, depending on the you know, whatever you have access to.
be a cat picture, but it's open for debate.
It's open for debate.
And even then, these variables can be
Posted.
complicated further because is a cat dressed in a dog costume still a cat? Is a dog behaving cat like a cat?
I was thinking I would post videos like that, but I didn't have a dog costume to dress my cat in, so.
These might be considered other things, but for each example, we weigh them up against those assumptions and values and
I will
decide whether
say
or not
my
that is a
cat
picture of a
acts like a
cat.
dog.
And as such, whether we should post it on the
And a
internet.
cat I ain't post.
The joy of semiotics.
Oh.
So,
I
our
don't know how many people would get, that's an old book. I don't know how many people are going to get that reference.
cat memes just
I'm gonna
memes.
be right
Well,
back.
unfortunately for you, memes are a semiotic domain. That means memes have genre. And since we already know about the genre of the cat meme, let's dig into some others. Are we back? Are we back? You good? Is it good? Did it work?
Yeah, this is where I kind
No,
of
can you hear me?
Because I could have just dove into the memes, but I want to kind of to establish that this is a stream. It's gonna be a stream. The things, the clips in the future are gonna be a stream, and I'm gonna be reacting to things.
Okay, wonderful. And then there should be content. Content, video producer. There should be a new. Oh, nice. Good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn some sounds on. And then I'm going to be right back.
Oh, baby, poetics of memes. I really hate for this video. I don't remember about the previous videos, but the text that kind of gets bigger and then gets smaller. God, that animation annoys the shit out of me. I hate it so much. I would rather have no animation at all. That's what I did in the 5th video, actually. But I would rather have no animation at all than that stupid janky animation. I hate it so much. I also hate this music. I hate the music so much. I was gonna do music in the background of the whole video and just like make it quieter when I was talking, but oh, I hated it so much and I was like, no.
Pepe the Frog is a frog from a comic strip written by a guy. Here's a documentary I would recommend if you want to know more about that. Now, you
Feels good, man.
astute watchers.
I That's another thing, like, you know, with the Dawkins, where, like, this work is, like, good, and it contributes to this, you know, particular discussion, like, within the project. But also, I just, you know, it's not... Like, there's sources of information, and then there's sources of, like... There's sources of information. There's sources of good information. And then there's sources of better information. And the documentary is not a source of... It doesn't have bad information. It just... I want something better. And so there's another video that's about, like, how Twitch kind of reclaimed Pepe. And that's better, but I didn't put that in here because... Other reasons.
Of documentaries, you true comrades to documentarians everywhere. You individuals who would know whether or not I've plagiarized this script from a documentary I've watched
Feels
by
strong,
casually listening to it while assembling Legos.
I will say, I put these videos out pretty closely together. And, like, one of the things, you know, in the H Bomber guy, the video is, like, you know, people who put out a lot of videos all at one time, or, like, very, very quickly between one another, between each video, are typically plagiarizing. And so I'm like, I wanted to make a little nod to that, because the only reason why I'm putting these videos out, and it, like, I've been dying. First of all, I put out, like, 3 videos in, like, the past month. I'm dying. It's killing me. My butt died. So, like, it's definitely not sustainable. Like, doing your own original work, your original research, your original shit, it's not sustainable to make a hour and 30-minute long video, you know, once a week or once every other week or some crazy shit like that. But I did it, and this is, my original analysis. And, the clip, first of all, I typically don't use more than half of any of the videos that I've cited. And, they also, like, are supposed to be placed, you know, strategically in ways that they, like, contribute. So it's like, you know, it's like using citing a source, right? And so, yeah, like, I am citing my sources. I am doing things legit because this is my master's project and I can't afford to, like, plagiarize shit. So, yeah, I just wanted to, like...
Or something. You few happy band of brothers. Yes, I'm doing Henry V because I have no shame.
I actually read Shakespeare in the next one.
You know that Pepe the Frog was a fun little frog until he wasn't, and everybody was big mad because Hillary Clinton in video games. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But let's first lay out all the basics. 1. Much like pictures of cats, the internet is made for sharing other cute pictures of cute things.
Yep.
2. Frogs are cute things. 3. People who hate life hate when people enjoy things.
They do indeed.
4. Especially when those things are cute things.
Yep.
5. Turning much beloved cute things into hated objects of fear and derision is kind of their thing.
Indeed.
If you've heard the phrase that a table of liberals and a fascist is a table of fascists, then you understand that there are more values and assumptions to that joke. You also understand that fascists like to take our nice...
That previous meme, where did it go? Oh, shit. That one! There we go. Is especially... poignant because I was scrolling through Twitter today, and Hillary Clinton was telling people that they need to get over their problems with the, fascist far-right government and, just vote for somebody. And it's like, So, yeah.
Table of liberals and a fascist is a table of
These I think these memes are like from 2016 too.
fascists. Then you understand that there are more values and assumptions to that joke. You also understand that fascists like to take our nice
I think this meme right here is fairly recent, but I'm not sure actually. But also it is cited, and it should have the link. This, of course, is oh, culture war me. I think it's this one. Or no, is it not? Oh. We have so many. Oh, wait, here. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. And that's from 2023. Okay, so that's from like last year. And of course, you can't look at the full thing because you have to have an account, but we got the meme. We didn't like cite the article, we cited the meme, so it's fine.
things and make them not so nice, because under capitalism and neoliberalism, everything is a culture war. And if you can convince enough liberals that Hawaiian shirts are the sign of the devil, then liberals will believe that all people who wear Hawaiian shirts are sent from the devil. This isn't a joke. This is how dog whistles work. I'm not going to get into the history of dog whistles because, if you're interested enough, you will do the research yourself. But for our purposes, dog whistles are when people who are involved in the fascism show other people that they are involved in the fascism by doing a thing associated with the fascism. These things usually look normal or benign, until one thing is combined with like 10 other things, at which point you have yourself a fascist. But before that point...
This happens in Discord, like publicly, open Discords that are open to the public, especially for like big streamers who stream like politics shit. It happens all the time because the thing is that half of the Discord chat is a bunch of fucking libs who are claiming to be leftists and claiming to understand that fascism is bad. And then a fascist comes into the chat and like from his first fucking message, I don't know, maybe there are she fascists. But from the fascist's first message in chat, you're like, bitch, I have clocked you. I know what's up. And then the rest of the chat is like, no, man, they just seem like a normal guy who's asking like a perfectly reasonable question about like, whether or not we should like restrict immigration to the US and whether or not we should like outlaw all abortions. Those are perfectly reasonable questions to be curious about. And it's like, that person is not here because they're curious. You don't come into a Discord and start asking those questions unless you're a fascist who wants to debate lord people. Like, there are normal human ways of behaving, and a normal human way of behaving is not like immediately walking into a room and starting to have a political debate on like the most hotbed topics that you can possibly find. And like some people's brains are just so broken from being online all the time that they look at that and they're like, yeah, that seems like perfectly reasonable questions to have, man. I don't know why you're so upset. And it's like, you're telling me that a fascist is an okay guy, and it's like, what is wrong with you?
Of the 10 other things being confirmed, you're like, what is this? It's just a regular guy.
Right? He seems like a regular
and the
guy.
one anti-fascist who knows better is like, nah, dog, that is not a regular guy.
Not a regular
and
guy.
all the other fascists are like, yo, what that
And so this is where we start with the gray name, where the gray names, because, you know, there's like the meme about the gray names being unhinged in the Twitch chat. And so, like, you know, just general fascist cacophony appealing to liberal civility aesthetics. Like, I mean, he's such a polite debater, guys. I don't see how somebody could be, like, bad if they're a polite debater. Maybe we can, like, politely convince him to, like, join us. And, like, no. No. Like, I'm not going to advocate against rehabilitation. But rehabilitation does not always have to take place. Rehabilitation does not have to take place by, like, you know, marginalized people hanging out on you know, Discord and talking about, like, how gay and tired they are. Is, like, not the place that, like, needs to be responsible for, like, rehabilitating the Nazis. You know, like, what the fuck?
that's just a regular guy. And you're like,
Hold
wait,
up.
aren't you doing the thing that fascists
You're doing
do?
the thing.
And they're like, no, I'm just a regular
just a
guy.
regular
And then you
guy.
ask them how they feel about social safety
I'm
nets,
not
and they're like,
sponsored
the elderly and the poor and
65.
sick children should be mulched. And then you know that they are not a
There's
regular
something
guy.
really wrong with
But
this
before we
guy.
learn about their plan to mulch
Told
the
you
elderly
so.
and the poor,
And like, this is a joke, right? This is like a funny fucking joke, but at the same time, this is, you know, the same rigmarole that I went through, you know, when I was, you know, chilling out on Discord before I, you know, started working on my project, had to leave. But it's the same rigmarole that you go through, not even just like Discord, but like in, you know, places that are supposed to be safe for like leftists who are sick of dealing with fascists all the time. And you get some guy who comes in and he's like, you know, I'm just a regular guy, but I feel like, you know, the elderly and poor people and children or sick children are a drain on society. Maybe we should just, you know, turn them into Soylent Green or something. And it's like, you're not a normal guy.
sick
You're
children.
not a regular guy.
For all intents and purposes, we're pretty sure they're just a regular.
Being pretty the fucking liberals, man. You can always tell. You can always tell the fucking liberals because some fascists will be spouting out the most unhinged shit, and the liberal is like, well, guys, he seems pretty polite. Maybe we can convince him. Like, yeah, you don't have to. You can just ban him.
Guy. And so dog whistles work in a few ways. They let the other fascists know who is a fascist. They let the one sensible anti-fascist.
Yeah, and then the little fucking, what do they call it? The crypto fascists, right? Because you get the crypto fascists coming into Discord, you know, because they think they're smart. They think that they're going to slowly, you know, convince people. You get the fucking leftists doing that too. They go into the fucking fascist Discord and they're like, we're going to slowly convince you that, like, leftism is good. And then the fascists are like, we're going to slowly convince you. So, you know, the one fascist comes in and he's not very good at doing the down low shit. And then all the other fascists start popping up. And it's like, holy shit, how many fucking fascists are in this fucking Discord, man? Holy shit. I thought you were a fucking, what is that shit? What is that shit called? Oh God. What is it called? Oh, fuck. No, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for something. Yeah, libertarian socialist. The fucking libertarian socialist shit. Man, I don't trust fucking libertarian. If you call yourself a libertarian, I don't care if you call yourself a socialist libertarian. If you call yourself a fucking libertarian, I don't fucking trust you, man. I don't trust you. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you.
Know who is a fascist. They make liberals think the anti-fascist is crazy and actually it's okay to mulch the elderly and the poor and sick children.
Like, and it's like this, I know this shit sounds crazy, but I've had this exact fucking conversation with people. Or like, maybe we can convince him. It's like, you can't convince him. He's here because he came from like fucking kiwi farms or some shit, and they're engaging in like you know, like trolling shit because they think it's fun to laugh at you guys. Just ban his ass. Like, there are people who you can convince, and then there are people who can't really be convinced. And it's like, I mean, and it's like, once again, you have to measure this with like, anybody can be rehabilitated, but there's a difference between like somebody watching, you know, the Hasanabi live stream every day, who's like slowly changing their minds about shit, and people who are like hanging out in the chat who like, you know, should not be responsible for like fucking converting every fascist dipshit who wanders in trying to troll them. Like, fuck that, man. Like, if you as a streamer believe it's your job to debate the fascists and to, you know, I mean, let's be real, liberalism, because you're a fucking liberal if you believe that, then like, no, it's not your followers' job, it's your fucking job, man.
The thing is, even if liberalism and fascism often ideologically bump together, performatively at least, liberal.
Also, I'm not here to debate you. I'm not. If somebody wanders into my shit and tries to debate me, I'm just gonna ban their ass. Like, if you sound like a fascist to me, you're getting banned. I don't care. I don't deal with that shit, man.
Liberals hate fascism, or at least fascist aesthetics, which is why liberals will sit.
They hate fascist aesthetics, but they love fascism. I mean, that is like that is like a neoliberal thing, where they love to cause suffering, but they don't love to like look like they're causing suffering.
Next to a fascist and think that fascist is a very civil person, and they can have a very interesting conversation about the people in society who would be.
Children must be. Or no, a child said something mean to me once. Children must be the true fascists. Which is another thing that you see on fucking the online all the time. You see like people on Twitter like, I hate kids because kids are fascists. It's like, what does that word mean to you? Shut up. Fucking liberals. Wait. Of course, this is my little moment where I'm like, and the reason I'm pausing it is because it's only on screen for like a very short time, but I fundamentally agree with everything that both the liberal and the fascists are saying, because I too am embroiled in a culture war rather than a class war. And so while I have different aesthetics from the liberal, my policy positions are all basically the same. Yeah.
Within reason, of course.
Within reason.
While simultaneously, liberals...
I think that's like the key, the within reason part, because we're talking about like austerity measures, basically. We're talking about austerity and how neoliberals love austerity because it makes them look like they're doing economy very well, and fascists love austerity because it kills the people that they don't like. And so both neoliberals and fascists love austerity. However, the aesthetics of neoliberal austerity are supposed to look very different from the aesthetics of fascist austerity. However, it doesn't, because functionally it does the same shit, which is kill people.
Can obsess over fascist aesthetics, causing the moral decay of the youth. Which takes us back to Pepe the Frog. Pepe the Frog became a meme online, which was taken up by the alt-right, who made Pepe edits and shared them, some of which were kind of disturbing.
General fascist garbling, not pictured here, because memes that fascists make just aren't funny, and none of the memes that I could show you of theirs could prove my point better than simply using this vague wall of text to prompt you into remembering all your encounters with fascists online and remembering how weird and gross they are.
Many of which carried fascist aesthetics. And liberals were like, the problem here isn't the fascist ideology, you know, the kind that would defund Social Security.
Senator, we have a deficit. We have Social Security, Medicare looming.
Here we have, this is where I, bring up, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton. I think Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. And it's the aesthetics of neoliberalism, but it's the practice of fascism.
Would you consider looking at those programs, age of eligibility,
Absolutely.
cost of living, put it all on the table?
The answer is absolutely, you have to.
Like the difference between a neoliberal and a fascist. Like if you really want to get down, is the neoliberal says, I believe people who work hard should have access to good things within the world. And the fascist says, I believe that people like me work hard. That's the only difference. And it is truly an aesthetic difference. There's no substantial difference between a neoliberal and a fascist.
You know, it's one of the things that my, the political advisors say to me is, whoa, don't touch that third. Look, the American people aren't stupid. It's a real simple proposition. Social Security is not
The American people are not stupid. You are a terrible person.
the hard one.
I genuinely wish that we had, like, I would rather vote for a empty paper bag than this man. Fuck Joe Biden.
Medicare.
And also, like, fuck Trump. Fuck everyone. Fuck everyone and anyone that could potentially be, like, if you're running for the president of the United States, like, I'm sorry, I apologize to Bernie Sanders, but if you're running to be, like, president of the United States, you're not a good guy. And when you become president of the United States, you will be a war criminal. And, like, that's just how it is.
That is the gorilla in the room. And you've got to put all of it on the table.
No, you don't.
Everything.
No,
You've got
you don't
to.
have to put anything on the table.
Or the kind that calls black men super predators.
The fourth challenge is to take back our streets from crime, gang.
I received some minor criticism that this quote with this chunk of video was too long. And the thing is that it's so, that I was gonna have a lot more of it, because there's a lot of it. This is the whole ass speech. And so, like, she was praising some guy because they, like, installed some guy whose job it is to, like, go after the people who are doing the gangs and drugs shit, right? And the guy that they installed was like so far as I can tell, potentially a war criminal. So like do your own research, but also, like, it did not look good. Like he was not doing good things in good places of the world to be in as an American in the before the 90s.
And drugs. We need to take these people on. They are often connected to big drug cartels. They are not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy.
Monster.
But rather the little green frog
Such a
guys.
fucking monster. Like, if they have no empathy for your little shit, maybe it's because you are like, because I don't have empathy for her right now either. I don't know what sensible person would. Like, this is monstrous.
Now let's take a step back and acknowledge that you did not fall out of a coconut tree.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would...
I don't really like Harris either, but she at least said this thing. Holy shit. Be right back.
Thank you.
Bruh. Kid, come on, Bubba. I just got my new rug. I think I got my new rug. I hope it's my rug. I'm gonna open it, and if it's my rug, we're gonna take, oh my god, it is. I'm so excited. Oh, Bubba, your toy got here. Okay, we're very excited right now. Agree. Because this is gonna be very fun. Okay, let me turn on some lights. We're gonna take a short break from watching the video so that I can prepare, because I'm gonna show you. We're gonna unbox this rug. So I did a survey like last month, I think, for like my school, they wanted to know like shit about the students, right? And if you did this survey, you'd be entered into like a gift card giveaway, right? Well, I won the gift card. I was very excited. Very first time I ever won a gift card. So it was very exciting, very exciting. It's $100 gift card, which is a lot of money, but also isn't very much money. And the thing is, it's a gift card, and I don't really like, you know, I don't have fun money anymore. So I wanted to buy something fun. And so I did. And let me bring up OBS, and we're going to do POV cam. We actually have to turn the POV cam on because I turned it off. And now it should be on. There we go. Welcome to my home. I don't know if I actually did a home tour since I reorganized the living room. Oh my gosh. Let's do it. Let's do a short home tour. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Okay. So, we start. It's not working. Is it broken? Oh no, it's just that it's in the past. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we start. Bubba, where are you going? We start at the front door. Shit, it's on the one that's in the past again. Oh my god, oh god. Let me bring OBS back. Okay, we start at the front door. My cat is... Hi, Bubba, how's it going? Can I have a comment? I'm with the paper. Can I have a comment? No, I cannot have a comment. Okay. Don't look at my dirty kitchen. So, we have the front door. You come in, and you go like, wow, there's shelves here. So cool. And then you go and look at the dirty kitchen. And there's a box on the ground. That's okay. Don't worry about that. And then there's up on the wall, there's a thing there. It's very fun, very sexy, very cool. Bedroom is back there. Then here's the computer setup. My art wall. The gay flag with the gay lights and all my gay shit, and my funny Halloween hat. This shelf of crap that needs to get organized, right? And then you come in to the living room, which has been made cozy. So what we gotta do is we gotta pick up a few things. You know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm gonna switch from this desk chair to my kneeling chair. One thing I've learned is that if you vary the way you sit, sometimes your back hurts less. And I like that. Oh, I like it when my back hurts less rather than more. Oh, I have a lot of back pain, you know. Today we are watching Azan. But it's a stream from a while ago. So, what are we gonna do here? We're gonna pick up that little rug that I have down there. We're gonna pick up the tray table. We might have to pick up the couch slightly. Oh wait, actually we should do the unboxing first. Let's take it out of the box. Okay. And then it's a rug, and it looks like a leaf. We're gonna open it now. Oh. I was kind of like, I don't know if green was a good color here, right? It's kind of on the fence. But then I was like, to hell with it. There's plants and shit. Look at this. Can't really see it all, can you? It's too big. I'm gonna turn you over here to watch this while I clean all this shit up. And then we'll see. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It's kind of little. But, you know, I measured things out. And so, I knew what size it was going to be. It's kind of, it's also kind of, lumpy right now. That is so cute. So excited about this. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do, roll it up, because it's kind of lumpy, you know. And it's definitely gonna, you know what I might actually have to do? We're gonna turn I'm gonna mute things. I'm gonna mute. And while I'm muted, I'm gonna do a quick vacuum. So I'm gonna turn on some like noise. Okay. Back. Gotta wind up this cord. My poor cat is probably. Oh, wait, no, hold on. This might be kind of loud. It'll just be a second. Hello? That's funny, it doesn't pick it up. I must have finally gotten the noise gate. What up? What I know is, that's vacuum. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. my rug. I've been sitting, been rolled up. So it's gonna roll up the backwards way. And hopefully I got some of the wrinkles out. This bottom here, this pink thing needs to go up there. Where did my rag rug go? Where the heck did the rug go? Oh, here it is. Found it. And then eventually, I want something to go under that window like some kind of chair-like thing. I have the ottoman there now. It doesn't look bad, but it's not really the, what the space is. Got all these chunks of fabric. I was gonna make a cat pillow, but I haven't gotten to that yet. It's rather warm in here. My living room tends to stay pretty toasty, but my bedroom, because I usually have the window open. And also there's like a big glass door. My bedroom gets kind of cold. The living room, nice and toasty. A little bit too toasty, I feel hot. Like, so many rugs. The problem is, they're little bitty rugs, not like big rugs. Pause this, bring this back. What are we doing? Desktop? Okay. And then, I don't think I'm gonna turn the camera on just yet. Thanks. Wait. Mr. Cat. I gotta bring out the cat treats. He's upset that the vacuum is going. Mr. Cat. Oh, here he comes. Hey, baby, how's it going? What are you doing, Papa? Huh? How's it going? How's it going, my little bird? My little bird. Oh, treat. Treats. Oh, it wants a treat. Yeah, it wants treats. I should have shaken out this blanket before. That's okay. I didn't vacuum the kitchen yet. So I can shake it out in the kitchen. Oh, wait, I'll just shake it outside. Be right back. It's not raining good yet, you know? Oh. Oh. There it is. Okay. Now, I think we're ready. Room reveal. If we can. Okay. There's my rug. Like I said, it's little. But the plan is to eventually have a bunch of rugs. And all the rugs will be layered up and stacked. It's gonna look really cute. But I only had $100, so I had to spend wisely. And I also wanted to get a couple I wanted to get a couple other things. So okay. Little Smokey. He blinks. Oh, I think he's gonna like this. Okay. Thanks. Ooh. Do you like it? Got a look on his face. He's curious. He wants to know what's going on. You don't know what's going on, huh? You want to know what's going on? Did you? Oh, wait, sorry, there's still another black bag. Hold on. Don't go nowhere, Baba. Don't go nowhere. I don't know about this. I don't know if I trust you. Trying to make me in a con. Oh, oh, oh. Kit Kat, come here. He did not give a shit. Okay, hold on, let me. We gotta do this right. We gotta do it right. Okay. Kit Kat. Not sure about this new rug. Like, that's not my rug. Well, bro says, who do you think you're trying to fool with this rug? Huh, that's not my rug. You got a flap on it. Here, let me get the cat. Shoot, I lost my catnip. I have a little like cat. Maybe I used it all. Let me get the secondary catnip. No, you stay out there. Oh. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Oh, there you go. Oh my god, you are so spoiled. Mommy, come on. Come on. Come on, look too bad. Do something cute, god damn it. Hold on, I see a speck. My luck, he's gonna do something cute while the camera's on. There we go. Roll around. Roll around on your new rug. Go on. Chop, chop. Oh, there we go. He figured it out. Oh, yeah. Did you figure it out? He figured it out. Okay. Desktop. There we go. There we go. Keep rolling around. Come on. You know what we want. Come on. Roll around. Be cute. Do cute stuff. Okay. Are you good? I'll be right back. I used to have a catnip plant, but it got too soggy and it died one year, so. Mr. Cat. You are so handsome. You know that? So handsome. Roll around or something. Roll around. Roll over. Roll over. Roll over. Roll over. It's like, I don't know how to roll over. What do you think I am, a dog? He's grouchy. He's like, how dare you? How dare you treat me like a dog? I am a cat. Are you a cat? Oh. Oh, he's got it. That is his rug. Oh. Uh-oh. He's ripping. Ah, shit. Maybe not. You're ripping the thread out. Oh, no. Ripping the thread. Oh, no. That's not so good, huh? The Amazon product page said that they had a few of the reviews said they had problems with the threads ripping out. So hopefully he doesn't rip out too many threads. Look at his little ears. He has such cute little ears. Okay, so back to the video, I think.
Say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
We are vibes-based scientists, and we understand that memes
Oh my
are
God,
part
it's
of
so
discourses.
loud sometimes,
And if a
but
meme
then
genre
it's
is
so-
fascist, then it carries
It's so loud sometimes, but then it's so quiet other times. And it's like, how do you fix that?
fascist values and assumptions. But as vibes-based scientists, we also understand that memes are part of many, many, many discourses, and that there are many genres of a single meme, which is why one Pepe may carry one type of values and assumptions, and another Pepe may carry another radically different set of values and assumptions. Meme time. This is a subscribe thing. The subscribe thing. What
Oh
the
my
fuck?
God, that was so fucking annoying, man. This is Austin. That is Austin. Austin is going to do something that you would not expect. Austin's going to do something that you would not expect.
The problem with the education system these days is there is a fundamental lack of preparation for the...
I actually use the same thing again in my next video. It's fun. We have fun here.
Top of the hour ad break that is occurring right at this moment. And
oh my God, bro,
you need
you
to-
debated me. You fucking piece of shit. How dare you?
what you can do is you can subscribe, and so you can avoid the ads that appear for a 3-minute duration at the top of every hour.
Yo, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
He got him.
You fucked me up, dude. I was so invested in trying to understand what he's saying.
He got
and,
everybody.
Like, I'm like listening to what
Yeah,
you're
let's be
saying.
real,
I'm like,
we all
so
many tabs open here,
fucking
it's
let him cook.
disgusting.
You shattered my
God, I
brain.
have so many tabs open here. Fuck. I don't know. It's weird. We're doing weird stuff today. So that's our first React clip. I'm gonna take short. I'll be right. I know. I'm gonna keep playing. I'll be right back. Who's the good boy?
You may have already heard of Twitch.tv, but for those who haven't, you know the drill. Check out these resources if you want to dig deeper. But for now, some basic knowledge. Twitch is a live streaming platform. There isn't much short form content like you would post to TikTok. There isn't much scripted and edited video content like you would find on YouTube. There are people sitting in front of cameras, typically at computers, and they are doing stuff. And the stuff that you are watching is probably happening at the time that you are watching. Think of it like live news coverage, but instead of an anchor standing knee-deep in hurricane water, it's some dude threatening to become your stepdad if you don't stop criticizing his Fortnite stats as he slams his desk.
It's always done. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Excuse me.
Holy
Sorry.
fucking
I'm out of
shit,
control. I
dude.
apologize for that.
Literally lying.
There's also a live chat full of people who chat in the chat, known as chatters, and your new stepdad is going to read all of the messages in chat, but only focus on the mean ones.
Just wanted to say that a lot of engineers, especially in the Cali area, do in fact make over 100K a year. You will never make as much money as I do for the rest of your fucking life, no matter how hard you try. Fuck you. Okay? How about that? Imagine calling a fucking dude who his lifelong dream is literally making fucking spaceships stupid or incompetent because they didn't become a fucking cloud or software engineer or computer
The cat ran
engineer
away.
like you fucking dipshit. Shut the fuck up, okay? Go back to your IT job until it gets fucking completely rewritten by AI then. You non-solidarity having.
And if you download the right thing, you can see certain words you type into the chat bar turn into little pictures in the chat log. These are called emotes. And there are all types of people doing all types of things on Twitch. Many discourses, many genres, many different values, assumptions, and emotes. But for our purposes, we only care about one streamer, Hasanabi.
He's funded by Gulf dictators, hundreds of millions. George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say bash fascist. And he's gonna attack your daughter like they did out in Oregon.
Oh! I'm dying. This is
I
literally
remember the
every
cat toy.
This is the dream.
That's okay.
He's talking about how I'm gonna have sex with your daughter, dude. If you paid Alex Jones 1,000.
When it comes to like, because this is like, part of a master's project, it has to get like approved and all that jazz. And like, the one thing that I was kind of worried, this one, and I think maybe the next one where he's like, "You son of a bitch," and they didn't actually care about those. They weren't bothered by them.
$10 to do a cameo. This is the best cameo that he could ever make.
Chase women down. That's what he's pushing. And uninterrupted for the Young Turks members. And this is the sexy death porn. Hassan Pecker of the Young Turks declares that America deserved 9/11, close quote. Praises brave soldiers who took Representative Crenshaw's eye. Isn't that just darling?
Blanket basket over
Fangirling
there.
super hard right now.
I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I'm sorry, it's a family show. Just go ahead and roll this.
That's another one.
doubt he will ever watch.
I thought that they would be like, "Oh, I don't know about that," but they didn't mention it.
Watch this on stream, but if he does, make sure that it's the top of the
Oh, my
hour right
vacuum.
now.
I didn't put it away. My vacuum.
Come on and bite me like a man. Show your wife how you want medals down
Thank
in
yous.
Flanders. Hasanabi is a guy, and if you want to know more about this guy, you know the drill. So in my previous video, I told you that discourse communities involved shared assumptions, values, and language. And in this video, I said something about emotes a second ago, which is why this is the part of the video where we talk about language. So, if all of the linguists could do me a favor and check out right now, because
Hold on. Viewing this section may lead to a severe case of malding, getting so mad you go bald for certain people of the internet comment section public. So please avoid listening if you are a person who likes to argue about semantics, technicalities, and or if you in general support outdated theories about communication and language, or if you just can't generally grasp the idea that words mean things, but those meanings change over time. This is not strictly speaking limited to linguists, but also includes people who like to think that they are linguists because they really like grammar. If your adherence to grammatical rules is part of your personality, then I don't really understand what you are doing here. Please go away.
I'm going to try to talk about very complex and relatively new areas of study. And
by relatively new, we mean like kind of like from the 90s, which is relatively new in academia sense. Anyway.
Incredibly simplified way, and you might just die of rage if you stick around.
The simplified is what I think. The simplified is what I think will create the most rage, because a master's project is supposed to be very specified, but then I'm making my project very generalized in all of these ways because I want to communicate, you know, what I've synthesized from, you know, my time, my study. But I want to do it in a way that is, like, accessible to a person who's never heard of the word semiotics before. And a person who should not, like, they could get a definition of semiotics from, like, Wikipedia, but they shouldn't, you know? So, like, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be, like, you know, a better type of, like, I'm making a documentary. I'm making a documentary. I mean, what are video essays but documentaries about things that people have studied? I don't know, man.
Somebody check.
I will help. I'm checking already.
Okay, they're gone.
I'm
safe
helping.
now.
No
Let's
help.
look at some sources.
Sources.
Turning on my reading voice. Post-colonial societies have been marked by linguistic chauvinism.
We don't really need to remove that
The
because I'm
belief
reading
in
it.
the superiority of one's language, especially in the case of a standard language such as English. And linguistic imperialism, the imposition of one language, such as English, as
or French in the case of the French and the Canadian,
dominant over the others, often with the selected official dialect, the standard, being considered as linguistic capital and being promoted and treated as language rather than language. Note the capital L.
This is thematically, this is something that shows up a lot. Like, we have ideas about language when we should be, you know, we talk about language when we should be talking about language. We have these ideas about culture, and we talk about culture when we should be talking about culture. We have these ideas about memes, and we talk about memes when we should be talking about memes. So it's when you're talking the way that we think about things is often far more generalized, while also being far too specific for us to really understand what the fuck we're talking about, even if we're all talking about the same thing. Like, we can all talk about language, but each person is going to be talking about a different, not like a different language, like a different language that you could speak, but like a different conceptual idea, a different symbolic way of understanding language, which is why, you know, language with a capital L or language with a lowercase l. You know, understanding that there is like standard language versus language, and standard language is not the language that everybody uses because it's the language that has specific values, specific connotations, specific practices that are all political in nature that are applied to it. So standard language isn't just like the language that we all speak, it's the language that we are all made to speak. You know, and it sounds like it's, oh yeah, it's just semantics, but no, it's not. It's very specific because a lot of different, discussions and implications come out of whether or not you understand language as language, or whether or not you understand language as language. And there's always going to be that asshole who's going to be in the comments like, that is semantics. And yeah, not really, because it's two completely different ways of two completely different bodies of knowledge and ways of understanding how things work, so yeah.
Versus the lowercase l. Given this erroneous association of the standard with language, and not just language, other dialects and other standards are simultaneously rendered peripheral or minoritized,
I don't know what that little
as
gray
are their
box.
users,
I think the gray box
arising
is
from
the
these
dialogue
divisions and
box.
treatments of language variety.
I had so much trouble with the fucking quotes
These
on this shit.
have
It
been
was
considerations
annoying.
of languages in contact as systems that are either discrete or integrated, with these considerations suggesting whether or not the contact languages are compatible. Vivette Milson White, 116. This
That's fine.
is a heavy one. I'm
It's a heavy
sorry.
one.
But let
It's a
me
heavy
break
one.
it down. Much like the idea of artist with a capital A, gamers with a capital G, or
Gamers with a capital
doctors
G.
with a PhD, we have a tendency to think of language with a capital L.
Yep.
Notable moments where this happens. Any situation, any ESL, English second language, individual has ever been subjected to, ever. The feeling that Black Americans have when white people post on Twitter. And whatever the fuck is going on in France.
So these are all examples, and I think you could call this the contact zone. So this is where people, often marginalized people, are bumping up against, the idea of the standard, the idea of the norm, the idea of who do we consider is, acceptable in our society. So like, the English second language situation, there is a person who is, just trying to speak English, but because native English speakers are like that, that experience happens. And then of course, Black people on Twitter speaking AAVE, who have to watch white people speaking AAVE, and it's like, white people, like white, not like white people individually, but like white schooling, the standard English has been kind of enforced by Black people who like speak in AAVE, and so they experience that tension. But on top of that further tension, when white people are like, I'm gonna use this I'm gonna take this language from you that I forced you not to speak, so it's that tension on top of more tension. And then of course, France bans English gaming tech jargon in push to preserve language purity. And so like the idea of language purity is like, if we allow languages from other languages to language in our language, then like our language is gonna become a soup of other languages. And like, that's just something that happens. You can't stop people, and I'm about to talk to this with translingualism, but you can't stop that exchange from happening. That's just how that happens. Like, you want to talk about like, is it cultural appropriation or cultural appreciation? Well, I don't care about that, but there are situations where like it's neither cultural appropriation nor cultural appreciation. It's just going to be cultural exchange, because that's how we share things, and the sharing part doesn't always stay between like you and the 20 people because those 20 people are going out there and doing things. So yeah, it's translingualism it's a really interesting field.
Article,
and especially like when it comes to memes, I think
whatever
it's really
the fuck
cool.
is going on in France. These are all
Whatever the fuck is
examples
going on in
where a
France,
standardized language has been foisted onto people as a form of institutional gatekeeping.
Yep.
Out of the messy understanding of
Code switching is when a person is pressured into by institutional standards and gatekeeping to switch between different types of language to fit into different places. So this is like a really basic explanation of code switching, but again, it's like I said, this is meant to be very basic, very digestible. And so, you have like, you know, your language that you speak at home, and then when you get to school, certain words are not allowed. There's certain types of language, you know, there's appropriate. You're not allowed to say ain't. I mean, I think I don't think they get mad at you if you say ain't anymore. But there was a time when, like, you know, they'd get mad if you said ain't, because that's not proper English. I don't think anybody
formalized language.
I would hope that nobody cares now. I don't know. If you're in school right now, come back when you're an adult. But if you went to school within the past, I don't know, 10 years, I guess that's how long I've been out of school, maybe more. Yeah, definitely more than 10, almost 12 years. But yeah, if you've been, and you had a teacher who told you not to use ain't, let me know, because that's, I don't know.
Versus cultural language come the idea of code switching and more
code
recently
switching.
code meshing.
There's places where I can't use ain't, and there's places where I can use ain't, and I have to switch between those two, you know, ain't and is not, am not, I forget.
Today, for the most part.
It's like, you know, 10 years ago when I was graduating from high school, and in a high school essay, you didn't write isn't, you wrote is not. Same idea. Code meshing. So code meshing is the idea that the types of language you use aren't restricted to particular places, but instead we use them all the time in all places to different degrees. So that's what I was just talking, where like language doesn't stay in one place. It you know, like your brain, like code switching is a way of understanding certain language use in certain contexts, right? But then there's also code meshing, which is like, you don't have specific codes that you switch between. They're all kind of like meshed together, right? So it's not invalidating the idea of code switching altogether. It's just kind of like complicating it.
Understand, at least they should, that language is a doing, much like gender. Language is a performativity, and the language we use speaks our identity into being. It's how we understand the relationship between
code
ourselves, our
meshing
community.
recognizes that language is kind of messy, and new words, new meanings for old words are introduced to the lexicon all the time. So you don't have like two lexicons. You have a lexicon, and you just have like certain parts of your lexicon that you can use in certain places and certain parts that you can't. But also, sometimes people do say fuck in the classroom. I say fuck in the classroom all the time. Who's going to stop me?
Because
nobody's going to stop
with me,
'cause
everyone.
I'm cool.
Discourses
like that.
are shared. Values, assumptions, and language.
And sometimes emotes.
Emotes. The linguist who didn't leave is tearing out their hair right now. I'm not sorry.
I'm kind of being tongue-in-cheek here. I'm kind of joking. And most of the professors that I have are like, yep, this is totally chill and cool and fine. But then I also know that there are like old school people who are like, no, language is language and all of this is bullshit, and our students need to be taught how to language the right way. And increasingly, those types of people they're getting too old to be teachers anymore. They're retiring. So that's good.
So yes, when you engage in shared language, you are engaging in a shared discourse, because ultimately discourse
This is Haas Buff. And you now have a new word added to your lexicon that is also a picture. So this picture is a new word that is added to your
just a discussion.
lexicon.
And yes, different communities have different
how's it going?
discourses. And yes, there's tension between dominant language and dominant discourse, and non-dominant language and
Keep up the good
non-dominant
work.
discourse, which takes us back to our quote. There is tension here, yes, and there is an attempt at separation. But as the French may find out, there is no way to sanitize one form of language or prevent a non-dominant language from breaking into the mainstream, as Twitter users find out every other day. I'm not interested in a cultural appropriation versus appreciation discussion. So don't come into my comments telling me about how there are good ways to share.
Yeah, like I just don't think that the cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation conversation is a relevant conversation to anybody but people who want to do cultural appropriation. And so if you're like stopping to have that conversation, it's probably because you want an excuse for why it's okay to do cultural appropriation. And you should stop and you should reflect on that. And instead of making that comment, you should just think about why that matters so much to you.
Language or culture and bad ones. I'm tired.
I'm tired.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I'm tired.
The
point,
I just don't care.
Is human culture is like a bag of cats.
Yes.
If you put all your cats into a bag and shake the bag around, you will pull out some random combination of cats rather than cats in the specific order in which you place them in the bag.
It's like a bag of cats.
No cats were harmed in the bag because these were pictures of cats.
Mm-hmm.
Humans do stuff.
Humans
Other
do stuff.
humans copy that stuff. Sometimes
Humans
the humans
copy stuff.
copying the stuff don't know how the stuff works because they don't have experience with the appropriate context or the appropriate knowledge to do the.
And that is what the cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation conversation is. If you're having the cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation conversation, then you are obviously a person who does not have the appropriate context or the appropriate experiences to do the appreciation. So take a step back. Think about your shit, man. Think about your shit. Just think about it for a minute before you make that comment in my comment section. Just think about it.
Thing correctly. This is what we call school. It's also what we call white people using AAV.
If you're white and you use AAV on Twitter, wrong on Twitter, somebody's gonna make you. They might make fun of you if you use it right, but they're gonna make fun of you, and it's gonna be funny. And I didn't make the rule. It's funny
on Twitter. But and so and otherwise and therefore and so forth. Out of this comes a few points.
I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I made that joke, but sometimes you just have to shove in all of the transition statements you can possibly think of into one transition statement.
Get out your little numbers. Time to do numbers again.
I do so
one,
many lists.
Human connection is like 95% doing what the other guy is doing.
Exactly. Yes.
We are all.
Yep. We're fucking lemmings, man. We're just doing shit that other people are doing. And you might think that I'm like a super original guy and I do like all my own shit and I'm super like creative and original and I have never done anything that like other people have done before because that's like plagiarism. And like, no. The fact that you have the capacity for language means that you're doing what the other guy is doing. The fact that you're speaking the same language as other people means that you're doing what other people are doing. And the fact that you can speak with other people in a legible way that like people can understand means that you're doing what other guy is doing. And then the fact that you can participate in a discourse of I'm an original guy, like the fact that like I can make up a guy like that and there's a guy out there who's like, I'm an original guy and I don't do anything that anybody else does. And my thoughts and ideas and feelings about things are like totally original and unique, right? That's a discourse. And you are doing the same thing that all those other guys are doing. You just seem to think that you came up with that. And it's like, no. Yeah, everything is based on everything else. Or is it dialectic? I think dialectic, I think that's what it's called. Dialectic. Dialectical materialism. It's the you did not fall out of, basically it's you did not fall out of a coconut tree. You did not, number one, you did not fall out of a coconut tree. Number two, you did not fall out of a coconut tree. Number three, you did not fall out of a coconut tree.
Lemmings.
I think I actually put that.
Number two, different forms of human communication have no fixed or set boundaries.
I should have.
Everything gets kind of fucked up in translation. Number three, everything gets kind of fucked up in translation. And all my A+ documentary watching students are like, oh, hey, is this the Richard Dawkins meme thing? right?
So I didn't cite it here, but basically what I'm kind of alluding to is the Richard Dawkins idea of the meme, and the meme is like a unit of a thing that people share, but everybody kind of fucks it up a little, and that's why it changes over time.
Right. But linguists call it translingualism.
Translingualism. Yep.
Quote time.
I should have put translingualism up there.
The translingual approach we are advocating adopts a
But I put
framework
this quote instead, so
that
that's okay,
locates
maybe.
language and language users, practices, conventions, and contexts in terms of time as well as space.
So everything is situated. Everything is everything has context. Once again, a good point to put that you did not fall
Thus,
out of a coconut tree.
instead of treating these as discrete, pre-existing, stable, and
Yes.
innumerable entities, a temporal spatial frame treats all of
Emergent.
them as always emergent in process,
As performativity, basically. They are always emergent. They're in a state of becoming, and their relations are mutually constitutive. So, the cat, you know, the symbol of the cat doesn't exist out there in a void. The symbol of the cat did not fall out of a coconut tree. The you know, symbol
state
of the
of
cat
becoming, and
exists
their
within the context
relations
of all
as mutually constituted.
It is.
Lou and Horner.
You know what I'm
587.
saying? Okay.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Yes.
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Yeah.
Language, like gender, is a
I mean, and like, it is unfortunate that she does too. It's rather unfortunate.
doing, which is where we get language. But wait, cries the casual comment section linguist. Language is words. Memes are cat pictures, so how can memes be a form of language?
How can memes be a form of language?
Astute question. Unless you're being a dick about it, then fuck you.
Fuck you.
You see, comrades, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Picture is worth 1,000 words.
Let us travel back in time to however long.
And since a picture is worth 1,000 words, a meme is worth 1,000,000.
Ago, we talked about semiotics.
Yep.
Semiotics literally just means symbols, and symbols are literally anything that can.
Hold on a moment. I think he likes it. You having a good time there, Bubba? Okay.
Also means something else. And anything that can also mean something else involves
Being
language.
semiotics and doing semiotics.
Because a cat picture isn't just a cat.
Grammar is
it's
a
the
lie.
assumptions, values, and language and emotes we use to describe the cat. But a cat meme isn't just a picture of a cat. It's the assumptions, values, and language and emotes we use to describe cats and cat memes. So we have this like Russian stacking doll of cat memes. You have a cat in the middle. Next is a cat picture. Next is a cat meme. Next.
It said that this text is a symbolic representation of a cat. Because I can't actually put a cat into my video. I can put a cat into my video, but I can't put a cat into my video. Because it will still only be a picture of, or a video of a cat.
I don't know, man. Whatever is the next formation that we literally can't even imagine.
This text is a symbolic representation of that which is to come in the symbolic representations of cats extended universe.
Because it hasn't been invented.
Hasn't been invented.
And I just think that's neat.
I just think they're neat.
Meme time.
And so here's where we get feisty. We get a little bit feisty here. It's fun. It's good stuff. Good shit, man. Are you ready? Never. React content. Never
Hi,
been
how's
ready
it
in my whole
going?
entire life for anything ever. You just have to do what you gotta do to get the perfect shot. And this is what you gotta do to get the perfect shot, is to fit good fit that day. Fucking lunatic in your fucking weird ass chair. Okay. My weird ass chair.
Hassan
Weird back
gets
to weird ass chair. I casually explained. Going strong. Weird ass chair is going strong.
What
in
else is
the-
there to
the
say?
Proletariat
I'm a
Prince
tier 3 sub to
Universe.
Hassan for his political views. And we're back.
The joke there is that Hassan is hot.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
Son of a bitch. No, I love Casually Explained.
That
Fun
jingle came from the video.
little meme.
Smokey Helped became a joke because whenever I'm doing any type of content, my cat is always Smokey, my cat. That guy is always running around in the background of my videos and like bouncing off the walls because he wants my attention. And so that's why I always say that Smokey helped, because he helped by doing the little jingles. That's his little bell.
I mean, I'm obviously.
I don't know what the hand thing was. Hassan talks with his hands though. I don't know why they
talk with
do
my
demo
hands.
that.
Watched a lot of his videos on stream before. I reached out to him like way back in the day. I think it was like 2016 or something. When I was at the Young Turks. And I was like, dude, you want to do content? You want to do some, videos together? And he was like, fuck no. I literally was like, bro, do you want to, he's in here. I was like, bro, do you want to do something with like politics? Oh my God, he's literally tier 2-3 sub. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, dude, he probably did this just for the fucking meme. No shot.
Yeah. Probably. I wonder.
No
That makes me
fucking
think.
shot.
Like, he's been subscribed. Like, he puts out that video, right? And then he subscribes, and he had to wait like 2 months. He had to subscribe like twice before Hassan finally reacted to the video.
Dude. Never typed in chat. Tier 3 sub.
I don't know how you
The perfect chatter. The perfect relationship with a streamer and chatter.
Thanks for unpausing
You
the
can
video,
make it-
Hassan. Now, one thing Twitch is certainly known for.
It seems so impossible to have like organically happened. I guess it helps that Hassan is known as. I think this is where they we all thought this was funny because we know that Hassan pauses a lot. And so Hassan is watching a video, and the guy who made the video planned for the video to be paused. So the guy makes the video. He plans for the video to be paused. He plans for Hassan to say something. And then he plans for Hassan to unpause the video. And then he says, when he unpauses it, thanks for unpausing the video, right? And so I'm talking here about like how unlikely that is to happen. The guy who pauses all the time.
Oh no! I gotta end the broadcast after that, dude. Oh my
He got
fucking
man.
God,
Like,
dude.
it's like your whole entire like life just flashes before your eyes. Where do you even go from there? Where do you even go from there? There's
You don't
nowhere
go
to go.
nowhere.
All of these different elements that lined up absolutely perfectly. And it's just like, how do you get a better meme than that? You don't.
You don't.
Frame obliterated.
That's.
You peaked.
Ugh.
Frame obliterated. The frame obliterated is one of those, like, I think it's like a manosphere thing that like
Yeah,
the
I think
leftists
so.
kind of, to like be a real man, you have to be like stoic and serious all the time, and it's the least stoic, the least serious thing ever.
I can't believe how fucking predictable I am. It's bullshit.
I mean,
yeah, for real. Like,
I mean, and that I think that is one of those things where, like, you know, it is a discourse, right? The memes are creating a discourse. They're both speaking within a discourse, but they're also creating the discourse. So, like, this is a really good example where, like, this guy's talking about, he's, you know, memeing on Pazanavi, but he's also adding to the Pazanavi meme. And I think that's just, like, what's so cool about it, you know? Chef's kiss. Wonderful. Wonderful meme. Wonderful meme. You know, how the editor edits that little sigh and then, like, the zooming in. Like, that's just wonderful meme. But wait, there's more. This one is just kind of unhinged, I think. The common thread of a lot of these memes is things that are not expected are happening. Mm-hmm. At just the right time. So this is another one. I mean, simultaneously not expected, but very expected. And, like, how do you do that? Well, I'm not really sure how you do that, but you do it. It's happening.
By the way, have you seen, he calls black people low information voters, might as well
This
say
one's
let's
very
serve.
quiet.
Fine with me, by the way. Let's not forget the original America deserved 9/11, implying that it was our fault that it happened. Then again, leftists over and over again failed to remember that this outbreak at the top of the hour, every hour is time for a 6-second outbreak. Fuck you, dude!
Most people are going to look at that and they're going to be like, I'm not reading all of that. Me, I'm not reading all of that, right? This person has constructed the perfect guy who is the type of guy that Hassan just kind of like hates. And so he's, of course, he's going to read the whole entire comment. And he's going to be like, oh, this guy makes me so annoyed because, right? Yeah. And so this meme is just the perfect construction. All of those different elements, all of those different hidden.
I will say it makes for very good content, but very bad mental health.
Points. And so he can't, like, pull himself away. He can't stop reading. He can't see the forest for the trees. And then at the end, it's the top of the hour ad break. You got that frame is just destroyed, you know? It's the top of the fucking hour.
Top of the fucking hour.
Right there. So this is what the Reddit OK Buddy Hassan looks like. And these could be pictures, they could be videos, they could be just, it says Hassan. It's like regular text posts, but usually they're pictures or videos like this one. And see this little square right here? This is going to take you to an external site.
Cussy, official trailer featuring Hasanabi. Oh god, here we go. What the fuck is this?
This program may contain scenes of dripping oil, exhaust pipes, and car cussy. Viewer discretion is advised, but not really.
But not really.
Have you guys ever heard of cussy?
Austin asks, have you ever heard of cussy?
It's car pussy.
Okay, so this, I believe this is Haas O. You know, you're like pulling your eyes, you're like, oh my god. But I think it's usually like the kind of subtext of this is like Hassan is being kind of horny right now. Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? What does that mean? I do not know.
So there's a bunch of different streamers because once again, memes compounding upon memes. Hassan cannot bring a lady on the stream without telling her about car pussy. The Cars cinematic universe. There are male cars and female cars and car babies, which means there must be the existence of a car pussy. The cussy, if you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Wouldn't that be great if, like, you know, I get to do a TED Talk and then I do my TED Talk about car pussy? That could be my life goal for now. That's my new life goal, is to do a TED Talk about car pussy. I thought,
oh yeah,
Pago.
I was like, is that the one that's deleted from the playlist? And no, I see it there.
Every time. Literally every time.
See, oh, fuck. Cancel. Am I trying to do show unavailable videos? So, oh, I know which one's been deleted. That's gonna be the next one.
We see they're an amalgamation of many different things in many different moments. And sometimes they're things that the streamer did, but sometimes they're the thing that chat did, but sometimes they're the things that streamer and chat are doing together.
Yes.
Is that what we learned in this one? I don't know. But also,
these memes are not just within this community, right? They're spreading outside of this community because Austin is sitting in the car and he says, "Do you know what a car pussy is?" And everyone in the car says no, and now Austin has to tell them what a car pussy is. Very good, very good. Excellent content. Never a dull moment in this video. There's everything I fast forwarded to, it's just the next worst thing that you could possibly imagine.
Coming 3615. It's coming.
It's coming. Literally, it's coming. Literally, it's just coming. Oh no!
Oh my God. Oh God. What is he gonna do?
No. 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 No.
What is he gonna do? Get away from the car, you.
A 38-hour video essay?
My God.
What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Poor Todd.
Oh God. Oh, this is gonna be so.
What the hell could you talk about for 38 hours? Hold on. We need to pause this. That's 2 hours. What is this? 7 hours. 10+ hours. What the fuck? The fuck is going on here? This person says, that's not an essay, that's a college textbook. Most college textbooks are shorter than that. The other person says, that's not an essay, that's a Stephen King book. That's much more accurate. Oh, holy shit! Beverly Hillbillies changed TV. You can't. How? This has to just be. This can't be real. How the goddamn hell? It says day. The video is so long that it can't just be hours. It's day. What the fuck? How long did it take this to... Took a full day to finish uploading and processing. Oh, shit, dog. What? Oh, God. What? No! This entire college course on the Beverly Hillbillies? What the fuck? Oh my god! That's just a form of violence. I don't know. I don't even know what to think about that. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. I don't think we have a... Holy shit, I don't think there's a thumbnail. Saw it? Oh no, it's not. Everybody just has the same background. Okay. Yeah. What the hell? How? 1 day, 14 hours. I don't even know. Okay. That is the I am watching all that. Okay. So you're sitting on the couch with your girlfriend. Oh yeah, this is fun. And you've known each other for a few months now. This is like the first time that they come over to your house. And this is what you watch.
Screen went black.
And sure enough, in the middle of the night, something stirred in the motel car park.
Something stirred in the motel car park. I hate it. I hate it. It's the worst.
Oh no.
Oh God, poor Todd. I think that's the person who suffered the most in all of this. The car who has come all over. Poor Todd. Hassan has talked about Cussy many times before this Cussy doc. The only reason chat presented the Cussy doc is because Cussy was already a meme. So we see that a meme is an established meme within a community. Because of the already pre-existing meme, there are things that are related to the meme, even tangentially. Oh, that little green guy. Who's the green guy? Oh, come on, I don't remember. Who? Oh my god, I love their videos, but I don't remember who they are. Fuck. So, which are brought into the meme universe. And this is the video that no longer exists on the playlist. Part of the meme. And this way, the memes compound and compile and slowly shift and change and grow to mean different things to different people over different periods of times.
Always.
Yeah, he was just fucking
always
boys.
fucking pussies left and right.
Pussy?
Indeed.
Yeah, boy pussy.
Oh god,
Butt pussy.
that's
I don't-
disgusting.
You've never heard bussy before?
I guess that.
Bussy, like
Shame on
butt
you.
pussy. It's just, it's what
Yeah,
the
you're right.
LGBTQ
Aristotle was-
community calls
Oh, that's like
anal
the.
sex.
Oh, that's like the sanctioned word.
Yeah.
Bussy is like a meme.
Being kind of homophobic right
You
now.
haven't seen the memes about like putting ussy behind everything?
Like, give me another example.
Cussy, car pussy. Like from the cinematic universe of Cars.
And is that fucking in a car or fucking a car?
No, that's the Cars from the Cars Pixar cinematic universe.
Where you can fuck them?
No, they fuck one another. Because, like, there's car babies, and there's, like,
Car
male
babies.
Cars, female cars.
Male cars.
Yeah.
Female cars.
Don't worry, I
They
got,
go
I
in the
got you
tailpipe.
covered. This
Oh,
is
here,
why I'm
here we have the anatomy of the.
The quality of light by which we scrutinize our lives has direct bearing upon the product which we live, and upon the changes which we hope to bring about through those lives. It is within this light that we form those ideas by which we pursue our magic and make it realized. This is poetry as illumination, for it is through poetry that we give name to those ideas which are, until the poem, nameless and formless, about to be birthed but already felt. Lord, 36. We have a lot of theories.
I don't know, I kind of almost want to, like... I feel like, looking back, I feel like, it hits harder if I go from the doc to the Lord without that extra thing in between. Ow, oh God.
Assembled. And,
you know,
I've been trying
could
to
be.
hint at where this is all going, and you may have already taken the bits and pieces and started to assemble them yourself. Or you might be confused as hell. You might be a savvy memetics, semiotics understander. You might be a vibes-based scientist. Or you might be wondering what the point is. And well, unlike my last video, I might have some more satisfying closure for you. If you've watched the Feels Good Man documentary, you were left with a somewhat disappointing ending. An ending that signaled loss of a beloved figure and failed attempts at reclamation. An ending that suggested that lost things are lost and can't really be reclaimed. But that's wrong.
Oh!
Because, like you may have learned through the course of this video, language is not stable. Meaning changes.
Okay, yeah, I think
A rule
those
of
are
cooking
both from the
is,
same. I'm pretty sure those are
generally
both from the same
speaking,
creator.
You can't take the salt out, but you can always
How's it
put more in. So
you having a good
use
time?
salt sparingly to taste.
Yep.
But what if you do put in too much salt? What if that salt is angsty and angry and radicalized by the poor conditions that they are living under? What if that salt was promised things by society that the society was only ever going to deliver to people on the tippy top of the income bracket? What if that salt was radicalized and was trying to turn the rest of the soup into a place
said
for
radicalized
radicalization,
twice.
slowly salting up the
3
carrots
times.
and the celery, leaching itself into the potatoes, infecting the chicken
Austin.
and noodles?
Hog.
Sometimes you have to add
Imagine
a
not
little
subscribing
water
at the
to
top of the hour ad break that comes every hour with $5 for free with your ex-boyfriend's Twitch Prime sub, and then having to watch the ad.
dilute it some. So while the alt-right was trying to mark Pepe as a
Yeah.
hate symbol, Twitch chatters were using him to speak in the Twitch chat. Some people see Pepe as a hate symbol, and we can't really change that or prevent it because language is complicated, and meanings change over time,
Perform
and
for
those
the camera.
meanings are out
Chop,
of
chop.
anyone
Let's go.
individual's
Do it.
control.
Perform.
But when many of us band together to use the little frog as a symbol that can express the
Yeah,
feelings
are you
we
my baby? What's the
feel in a
pets?
way that words can't quite
I
manage,
offer the pets.
when we use the frog to express joy or love or hope or
Shut up.
being
Shut up,
woken
pet.
up
Shut
in
up,
the middle
pet.
of the
Shut
night,
up, pet. Shut up, pet.
Or-
Shut up. Shut up.
being gay,
Why
or
do you like
typing
this
like
chat?
some kind of maniac, or cats and rats and drinking juice, but in a sad way because why is there no
Sad.
Sunday fun day, Mr.
Sad.
Streamer? Or
Sad.
what the fuck,
Goose.
man? I love
Goose,
that
goose,
song.
goose,
or I'm
goose.
definitely taking notes. Or strong. Or
You've been
hashtag
timed out for
hustly grindy. Or
Spam
happy.
the
Or
one
you know,
normal chat.
shrudge.
I actually got timed out for spamming House People Goose. Yesterday I got timed out for spamming House People Goose.
When we work together,
Most
anything
normal husband I
is
had. I
possible.
thought I was the normal one. Sag juice. Sag juice. Woo! Bioshock.
I got that like dinosaur brain, you know, where like if
Dinosaur
it moves,
brain?
I see it. If it don't move, I don't.
If it don't
see
move, I don't
If does
see
move,
it.
I definitely see it. I suck.
This is so
BioShock
fucking blurry, man.
is one of my favorite game series.
Like every time, because I took it from Twitch, I uploaded it to YouTube. Quality got worse. And I downloaded it from YouTube onto my computer. Quality got worse. I rendered it. And the quality got worse. And then I uploaded it back up to YouTube. And the quality got worse.
And a lot of mess has been
I
made
love
about
it.
the
I
illusion
love
of
it. I
choices
love how
within the
that
game
works.
and the morality of the choices within the game.
You
And
hated
those
that?
discussions are kind of boring.
He looks so sad.
Because Bioshock, like anything else, is a symbol. And so we as vibes-based scientists should try to understand the symbols, the
memes.
stories.
Would you kindly?
What always brings me back to this game is the dichotomies. If you decide that your life and your will hold more value
Noisy
than
chair.
the lives of others, you will become just like any of the other citizens of Rapture.
Friends butchering one another, babies strangled in cribs, the whole city.
I think I might be short.
A mindless monster hungry for power. Willing to do whatever it takes to hold on to the crumbling facade of your greatest achievements.
How
Are you
great
okay?
is your undersea city if you haven't even
Developed
developed
the technology to have moving squid.
Where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be
This is
bound
so
by
funny.
big
Yeah, if you haven't
where
even
the
developed the
great
technology
would not be
to have like
constrained by the small.
moving pictures, okay?
At the
Okay.
expense of those around you, even the most
Like, it's the 30s. They have movies by now.
Oh, fuck.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. Not a child. Not anymore, Alex. Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
I don't know. The throwing the bottle across the room when I'm done with it and the making like the clunk noise. I don't think the bottle would make the clunk noise anymore because the noise gate is like better. But I don't know. I just think that's such a funny bit.
Have you no heart?
Oh, that's a pretty sermon coming from the ghoul who cooked up them creatures in the first place.
Well,
But why she don't just shoot us?
It's funny because I'm like a neat person. That's why it's funny. It's because like I'm acting like I'm like a mess and there's just like crap all over the floor, but I'm really like a very like neat and persnickety kind of person.
Here! There is another way. Use this. Free from their torment. I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
Who is Atlas? Who is Atlas?
Don't want to hurt you. Okay. If you decide to take the hard route, but do the right.
It took so long to put together that Who is Atlas sequence. It's stupid.
Thing and rescue as many as you can. Forgive those who caused harm and push everyone forward. Everyone you care for rises with you. Andrew Ryan escaped communism in the USSR and escaped taxes in the USA and came to the bottom of the ocean to build a city. Imagine being so individualist that you believe paying taxes for social welfare programs is worth fleeing to the middle of the ocean for. He believes that this city is pulled along by a great chain, one which we all pull together.
What happened? I'm bleeding. Oh God. What's happening?
That did not work. Throughout the text of BioShock, we see similar sentiments. The anarchist slogan, no gods, no masters, becomes no gods or kings, only man. Marx says, from each to his ability, to each according to his need, becomes, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Even the great chain line itself seems to be a subversion of the great chain of being, which seems to be either about Shakespeare or Plato. I'm not a historian, man. Do your own research. Either way, the great chain probably isn't collectivist. I believe in no God, no invisible man in the sky, but there is something more powerful than each of us, a combination of our efforts, a great chain of industry that unites us. And it probably isn't individualist mysticism either. But it is only when we struggle in our own interest that the chain pulls society in the right direction. The chain is too powerful and too mysterious for any government to guide. Any man who tells you different either has his hand in your pocket or a pistol to your neck.
Or a pistol to your neck.
Well, maybe the mysticism part if we're talking about the divine rights of kings. But hey, do your own research. So we hear Andrew Ryan engage in this rhetoric where he tries to make our nice socialist and anarchist and divine rightist. Maybe not all of the things are nice. But he tries to take a few of our nice things and make them not so nice. He tries to turn them into symbols of individualism and use them to foment division in a city of people rapidly declining because they live in a house made out of glass under the sea and are all trying to shoot each other with machine guns and blow each other up in the city made out of glass under the sea.
Yay!
Yeah, throw your fucking grenade now!
Blammo!
Well, I guess he threw it! Wonderful.
He threw it.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of pheromones in the vent that do mind control to you too. That also.
They're putting pheromones in the vent to turn the frogs gay. Make them shoot. I don't know.
Happens. Anyway, it is this elevation of individualism, squabbling over power and resources, that is the rot destroying the city. And our choices as the player character give us the ability to give in to this individualism. Or to reclaim the power of the collective.
Power of the collective.
Choice to elevate our own needs over those of others. or to sacrifice potential resources to save lives.
You don't need to have 500 places to buy a cheeseburger in your small town. You don't. You know? Consumerism? Kind of mid. I think that there's an interesting conversation to be had. Video number 6 maybe. About necropolitics and Bioshock. That could be an interesting one. Hi Bubba, what are you doing? He's looking at me, he's watching me. I mean, he's not watching me anymore, he's watching the TV now. Yeah, are you good, baby? Do you need something? Do you want a huggle? Are you sad? Do you need a huggle? Are you feeling lonely? Yeah. Oh, I love you too. Yeah, I love you too, baby. Want me to come over there and sit with you? Yeah. Huh? You need huggles? Okay.
10:30. Thank you, mister.
Oh, wrong one.
Thank you.
This is a game about killing drug-addled eugenicists with grenade launchers and machine guns in a city made of glass under the sea.
There's so much catnip. Huh. Ooh.
It has been brought to my attention that some citizens have
Discovered ways to hack. That's such
But
a funny.
despite the horrific images at the core of the
That's
story
so-
is an
such
overwhelming
funny
message
timing,
about
like,
the
right
power
as
of
I'm,
love,
like,
forgiveness,
going
and
to
found
hack the thing.
family. A story about rejecting the aesthetics of propaganda and giving
I
according
wanted
to
to
your
kind of
ability
like
and
with
to
these
another's
clips.
need.
I wanted to kind of
This
convey how like
is what we
creepy
call
things
poetics.
were without like really giving you any spoilers. So like, if you don't know what happens, when you press that button, well, you know that it's there now, but you don't know what's gonna happen, what comes out of it. Hey, Papa. Hey, Papa. Are you having fun down here on the floor? I'm gonna shake out this rug after he's done. There's
This is
so
the
much
part
catnip.
of the video where I get to throw a little shade.
Oh,
and
I need
sip
some
a
more
little
of that
tea.
sweet harvest pumpkin tea. 'Cause
So
it's
far,
good shit.
according to the watchers of documentaries, we've probably had a good citation to text ratio. But I have two papers, which I absolutely adore. So hear me out. We are going to be a little source heavy for the moment, just for the moment. Let's do this. When banks and educational establishments turn their attention to internet memes, albeit for marketing purposes, it is safe to assert that this trend now poses a mature cultural
I think he likes this
phenomenon.
new toy. Oh
and
yeah, I
invites
really
systematic
enjoyed these
media
two
scrutiny.
articles
Yet,
that I'm going to
despite
start
the
setting
enshrined
from.
legitimacy
I think
of
they
internet
really, well, I
memes to
described it in the video, but
web
I think
and
they
app
actually
audiences, their
um,
relevance has
have
only
something to say about
recently
memes.
proved a fruitful field of
that
critical
isn't
inquiry.
the annoying shit that I was encountering
This
with so many of the
is
sources I
why
was reading.
discursive treatments of internet memes are arguably still in its infancy. Ironically, instead of academic publications, the most comprehensive and dynamic source of information on internet memes appears to be best covered in online sources and electronic ephemera. Oh hey, that's me. Of course, websites present a rich source of primary data on the historiography of internet memes whilst grounding any serious study of the issue. However, Davison recognizes how amongst the notable online meme sources, Wikipedia, Urban Dictionary, Know Your Meme, Encyclopedia Dramatica. Sounds kind of gay, man. None does so in an academically rigorous way, and so internet memes lack an accurate definition, especially since attempts at defining this cultural device invariably prove whimsical and inconsistent. Oof. Oof. That's it. Oof. This is the part of the project where my professors are slamming on the desk and tearing out their hair and yelling at the screen that I haven't defined a meme yet.
Memes yet.
Nobody watching this knows what a meme is, and at no point in my entire project about internet memes have I ever told you what a meme
found
is.
plenty of memes,
Good
and
point.
I showed you plenty of
Let
memes.
us
I haven't
consider
defined
this
a meme.
statement from Techopedia. An internet meme is an activity, concept,
meme is
catchphrase,
stuff.
or piece of media that
That's
gains
what a meme is.
popularity
What is a
and
meme? A meme is
spreads
stuff
rapidly
that you do
via
stuff
the
with.
internet. This delimited definition offers little clarity because it posits a hopeless equivalence between particulars and thereby hopes to prove its universal justifiability. The origins of this short-sighted deduction can be traced back to an earlier academic statement as enunciated by Dawkins, the first and chief proponent of memes. Examples of memes are tunes, ideas, catchphrases, clothes, fashions, and ways of making posts or building arches. That says pop.
Scratching his butt.
I'm not going to fix that. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
My face, because my face is cold.
It is here that Dawkins conflates
so funny.
ethereal forms with externalized references and codes with instantiation of codes and ambiguity.
Don't have to be so feral.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking that out, man. Ambiguity that is then transposed onto popular definitions of internet memes. And, one more. Another theoretical ambivalence rehearses a linguistic discourse as it applies to internet
An
memes.
internet meme.
Urban
It's a
Dictionary
word.
states that an internet meme is a word, phrase, expression, iconic imagery, or recognizable reference popularized amongst online communities, such as forums or in online games. Whereas popular platform What Is contends that an internet meme is a cultural phenomenon that spreads from one person to another online. The first definition implies that an internet meme is a single entity, whereas the
He
latter,
wants pets.
broader definition posits instead how memes consist, at the very least, of a set of objects, a cultural phenomenon. This disparity not only shows the incoherence that characterizes
split a lot of
web-based
these quotes up because they
lexicography,
were just
but
too
also
damn
suggests
cute
that
to put on
internet
the
memes
screen.
are protean ideas whose reasonable limits prove insurmountable when examined. I have to say, this author's text is so much fun to read. I love it. It's wonderful. It's so much fun to read. So, this is a lot of words, and basically what this lot of words means is that internet stuff is
Baz
difficult to
Folly.
describe.
That's not.
Who would have
words.
thunk?
That's just,
New
you just made
mediums
that up.
are difficult to theorize about until they've been theorized about. And then we take those complex and oftentimes contradictory. Yes, they're contradictory. We take them and then we compare them against one another and we're like, yes, no, and yes, maybe, and I don't know about that. Internet culture is a relatively recent phenomenon, and even more recent is the field of study, and even more recent is the phenomenon
I'll write an
of the people
essay.
on the internet studying the phenomenon of the internet.
But like,
The internet
make a video.
is a human soup. And into this soup, we are all
I would call this new
contributing
genre of
whatever we can for
exploration
whatever
the
reasons we do.
Study movie.
And that makes understanding
That's
what
a
is going on
terrible
the
name.
internet kind of confusing, especially if information is a much more complex business than a mere unit, as Dawkins proposed, and memeticians reiterated.
I feel like you should be able to put
From the
the
onset, the
subtitles anywhere
core
on
principle
the screen.
of memetics,
Call it
the
Goose.
idea of a unit of transmission,
I mean, there is
has
a
been a
book.
poor way of
There is
understanding
a
human
book
culture. And
about this. It's
as
called
a vibe-based
Frindle. It's a
scientist
children's
who
book,
watched
and the
all
children
my little
are
lists
like
at the beginning of
you
this
know,
video can
our
now explain
English
why.
teacher is kind of an asshole, so we're gonna
Those
make the
about to
word
rock,
pen.
we salute you. You
frindle, and we're gonna get that into the
understand
dictionary,
that
and
a
they
picture
did.
of a
And now,
cat is not
a
just a
frindle is
picture of a
a
cat.
frindle. It's a frindle.
And that there is always a ukulele, but the ukulele is
There's
not
always
always
the
a
ukulele,
ukulele.
but the ukulele
You
is not
understand
always
that there
a
is a
ukulele.
distance between aesthetic and
Oops.
meaning. You
Have some
understand
dance.
that stop signs are a nearly universal symbol that
We've been the
always
one
means
normal
stop.
chatter.
Wait for things to be clear
And
and
get
then
my cat.
go.
Once
Unless you
again, you
live in
and Ben are both
California, then
normal
stop
chatter.
and go. You understand that
enjoyed
symbolic
chatting.
elements
I don't know who that
change
weird
meaning
guy was who just got banned. I'm
depending on
totally
the
a different
context
guy.
in which it appears.
Oh,
Pepe in an alt-right server or
it's,
Pepe in a Twitch chat. The things Andrew Ryan says in Bioshock and what they mean to a
Duck.
person who
Goose.
lives outside the Bioshock universe. A cat
Goose,
in
goose,
my
goose,
bag
goose,
and a picture of a cat in my
I am the
bag.
goose guy. I am the goose guy.
Context.
I haven't
don't
been
know what's
banned
wrong
for
with
doing
you
the
young
goose guy
people.
things yet, but I
You
am the
think
goose
you
guy.
just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Unless your context is that you did fall out of a coconut tree, in which case we have far greater problems than what memes are. Are you getting medical treatment? Are you gonna be okay,
I
buddy?
can't believe you're bullying a person who just fell out of a coconut tree
go
like
to
this.
the-
How dare you?
go to the doctor.
This is a great name
Right now.
This should be great name.
Interestingly, even in digital culture, all those who set out to say something meaningful about internet memes, whether new media scholars or grassroots web writers, intuitively adopt the notion of information as relational.
Yeah, they
do
ground
so
it in
despite
Dawkins'
often
non-relational
advocating
view of
the
information.
groundings of their work
And the
in
thing
Dawkins'
is-
non-relational view of
Let
information.
me pause this.
Oof.
I didn't pause it,
This
did
is the
it?
problem I met
I
with
didn't pause
often
it.
while
Why the
doing
fuck
research
isn't
for
it
this
pausing it?
project.
Stop it.
I
Shut
was
up.
participating
Shut
in the
up.
Hasnavi community.
Shut up. Okay, the thing about grounding it, like what we're grounding it in, right, is you can ground it in this person has something good to say, right? And that's where most people are like, this person has something good to say, but I want to refine what they're saying. And what I want to do with this project is not that. What I want to do is I want to be like, this person said a thing and they're wrong about everything. So what is our discussion of memes grounded in? Well, our discussion of memes is grounded in semiotics. Sure, we use the Dawkins word meme, but we understand that what makes memes is semiotics, is symbols, is translingualism, transliteracies, you know. Memes are memes because memes are a way of, you know, doing language. Memes are not a way, or like they're not a thing that you share, they're a way of doing language. And so like while there is memes, you know, with a capital M, that is like, you know, things that you're gonna share, right, with other people. There's also memes with a lowercase m that are a way of doing language. And so that's, you know, that's like the kind of distinction that I really wanted to make with this video. And furthermore, it's not just a way of doing language, it's a way of doing language that is so hyper specific and so hyper contextualized that viewing it out of that context makes it almost indecipherable, you know. And so that's really what this project is about, is that we need to reground, you know, we need to reconsider the grounding of any discussion of memes that we have.
I was looking at our memes, studying
Also,
how we
at the time of making this, I believe I was a 21-month subscriber, but now I think I'm 22 months.
age them, how we make them, how we become them. But then the work I was
That's also
reading
a
to
great
try to
name take.
understand mimetic theory was always running.
Well,
directly
either a great name
contradictory
take.
to
Okay,
what
hold
I
on, because
knew
there's a mimetic distinction which we must make here. That is either a great name take or a 21-month subscriber take, and nothing in between. One of the two.
Memes. contradictory to the vibes-based science, to the poetics of memetics.
This True Crime
Right,
React
I
was
watched
so. I mean, the True Crime React itself was like it,
probably never
but
be
what
saved,
came
as I
out
was
of it, like
spamming
meme-wise,
Trudge in the chat because I was obsessed with his little hands.
was very, very good.
He has such nice little hands. Look at his little hands. I read a text that told me memes were going to lead to mass shootings and could be linked to rising rates of crime, violent crime. Ugh. While the memes coming from the community I was in were about Cars from the Cars cinematic universe having a pussy. Very choice meme that yeah, it's great. I was experiencing a dissonance where the things that fancy people who style
Thinking
themselves as fancy
digging my Al
intellectuals were
Picasso
saying
out of
about
the,
memes didn't reflect my
ottoman
lived
that's
reality.
stuffed into.
Which I think is
I
a
don't know.
very common experience
Sounds like a
for a
lot of
lot
work.
of people who are objects of study. What can I say? Other than the history of anthropology has been incredibly
Can't hear what
exploitative.
it's saying.
And this is not just because anthropologists themselves were racist, but because those anthropologists were studying with a discourse that carried values, assumptions, and language.
Anthropologists and biologists.
I don't think they had emotes yet, and those values and assumptions and language came from institutions, racist institutions, which have not been completely dismantled to this day, but rather re-theorized and reconstituted so as to be more
I'm gonna
ethical.
try something really quick. Hold on.
But we'll still miss the mark because we live in a society,
I'm not
and
turning the
like in the
video
case
off,
of Pepe, reclamation is hard work. And it's easier to say that video games are ruining the children than to see video games as pieces of art and study them like that. But anyway.
Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll mute myself.
Do what we can until the next person comes along to pick up where we left off and take things even further. And so I had to decide what my aim would be with this video. How am I going to show you community without harming that community? How am I going to write about the Hasanabi community and the value it has to the people within it in a way that builds it up and welcomes people in? To date, Memetics has only identified some very obvious mechanisms that facilitate the spread of ideas. It has failed, however, to identify the qualities that would make certain ideas spreadable. Until Memetics can do that, it will remain of dubious value. What makes certain ideas spreadable? Let's take a step back and change focus because we cannot see the forest for the trees. We cannot weigh the different types of transmissible ideas like they are brands of ketchup that we might buy in a store. Each of those ideas that might be transmitted exist within the soup, within the context, within the not falling out of a coconut tree-ness of human experience. The popular website Know Your Meme also lists a number of items in order to illustrate the history of a single internet meme. In short, when observing an internet meme, these commentators have not merely observed a single media text, a discrete unit, but a collection of objects and the way these objects have triggered one another and related to one another through time. So if internet memes can only be studied in relation to their numerous adaptations and versions across a period of time, it follows that an internet meme cannot be defined as a single image or video or catchphrase as per the ill-defined conceptions outlined above, or in other words, as isolated information. Instead, internet memes must be defined at the very least as systems. Memes are not ideas. Memes are not singular instances. Memes are discourses. Memes are discourses which contain values, assumption, language, and emotes. These memes are not simply spread, but rather created by a community, and they are modified by that community. Each edit grows the discursive bodies of knowledge contained within the meme. Memes will be translated most accurately by those within the community from which the meme came. Despite this, each successive translation will alter the meaning somewhat, and therefore, even within a community, there might be different interpretations of a single meme. A meme that leaves the community can take on radically different meaning from the meaning it had before, which is why multiple communities can share the same meme, image or text, while having a different contextual and subtextual understanding of the meme.
Wow. Wonderful work. Okay, no, but, yeah. And so, like, I think that this is why, you know, that conversation about grounding that I had earlier, this is why that is important. Because if you're grounding it in, like, biology and, like, trying to explain human behavior through, like, genes, then you're going to come away with a different type of understanding than you would if you grounded in semiotics, where it's, you know, it's about human culture, about humans doing things together. And so that's why it's important, you know, to understand this. Forget what else I was going to say, but whatever. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Hot dog. Because of their nature as symbols, memes are both located within discourse, but also representative of a discourse, in that a discourse makes a meme, but also a meme, carrying more meaning than just the image itself, represents all the knowledge contained within the discourse. I guess it's time for a list on the textuality of memes. Memes are metatextual in the way that they are both representative of a discourse, but also commentary on a discourse. Memes are hypertextual in that they are derivations of other memes, something which is often obscured to the extent that the original meme, or instance that inspired the meme, has been lost, and each derivation is part of a response to the previous derivation. Memes are intertextual, not simply because they are derivations of other memes, but also because many memes require understanding previous iterations of the meme to understand the meme. And of fucking course, memes are sustainable as fuck, because memes represent community, and community on the internet is affinity spaces. First, people are associated with them because of their shared endeavor or interest, not because of their credentials. They can achieve expert status regardless of their official credentials. Such spaces cannot be defined around or restricted to professionals in any credentialing or institutional sense. Second, some people, usually, but not always, around 20%, must have a deep passion for the common endeavor, not just a passing interest. This passion may be reflected in different ways, such as extended commitment of time to the interest in space, high levels of production, and so forth. Others in the space will have many different degrees of interest and may come and go in various ways, but they must affiliate with others in terms of the common interest and show that they respect and value the passion that fuels the most active people in the space. Third, in passionate affinity spaces, everyone can, if they choose, produce knowledge, create things, do things, and not just consume what others have produced. Of course, there can be, and usually are, standards. This is very important for meme making. And it's why Twitch in particular is so conducive to meme making, because there is like with with that meme, there was a sudden pressure shift in my brain and now I feel dizzy. Hold on a moment. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. Okay. But anyway, so yeah, everyone can produce things. So that means, especially in the case of that video that we watched, the True Crime React, that we watched, the Can You Do This, Steven, right? There are people who are making those memes right as they're watching the video. You know, the same day that they're watching that video, the meme is happening. And so we see that, like, there's the initial meme of the Can You Do This, Steven, and then the Can You Do This, Steven becomes that meme, but is taken up by another person who sends Can You Do This, Steven into space. Standards, high ones, for what counts as good production, and people who produce must accept or seek to negotiate and meet those standards. Fourth, in passionate affinity spaces, people sometimes lead and sometimes follow. Some people lead in some situations and others lead in others. Leadership is flexible and takes different forms, such as managing the site, introducing new ideas and practices, and helping others. People sometimes mentor, teach others. So, sometimes lead and sometimes follow. You know, everybody in the chat is contributing in their own way. Leadership is flexible. You got mods. But you also got people who are like, at that guy, what the fuck are you saying? But you also have people who are sharing links and all that shit. You have people who are, you know, people like me who are making videos. And now, you know, people can be introduced to this in a different way. Okay, so that was this is the other video that's missing. So that one person deleted both of those videos. Yeah.
And sometimes get mentored. Mentoring is flexible. Fifth, knowledge in the affinity space is distributed in the sense that different people know different things and can
for people who are like interested in your like sci-fi hive mind shit, this is you know, I mean, I think we can call the human mind, you know, human mind's a hive mind. I mean, we do have a hive mind. We don't think all the same thoughts at the same time, and you can't, like, you know, think other people's thoughts for them. But the way in which we think is fundamentally collectivist. And I just think that's neat.
Share that knowledge when necessary. Often the space has good tools and technologies that store and facilitate knowledge. No one person has to or is expected to know everything all by themselves. 6, the affinity space is not closed, though there may be requirements for entry, and takes newcomers. Noobs! It refreshes itself. Unlike school, people do not progress all at the same pace, age, or grade. Movement in the space is quite varied. People may focus on one narrow aspect or explore the entire breadth of the interest area, spend as much time as they want on a particular set of skills or practices, and otherwise pursue quite different learning trajectories. 7th, affinity spaces are about sharing a common endeavor where people learn things, produce things, or knowledge, and if they can, if they wish, become experts. Even these experts believe that there is always something new to learn, more to discover, and higher standards to achieve. It took us a really long time to get there, but this list of points is how we can understand the human soup. We can understand that the human soup is a human soup because we are all participating in it, and we can understand that memes are part of the human soup because memes are what come out of the human soup, and we can understand that memes are sustainable because even if there is some piece of media that lost to time, there will be somebody who has been around long enough to tell you about it. And those things they tell you will become things that you can tell more people. And in this way, memes are a way that we keep records and share knowledge and assumptions and values and language and emotes. Memes do not rise like Venus out of the foam. Memes are created by passionate people who participate within a space. And sure, I can't tell you why. But I'm not looking at one damn tree and weighing it against another damn tree. I'm looking at a whole ass forest. The ecosystem that the tree is part of, the human soup. And the ways that the human soup ebbs and flows and boils over. And if you don't watch that soup, the liquid might boil off and you'll be left with a bunch of nasty burned vegetables at the bottom. But hey, that was an amazing soup while it lasted. And I'm going to use that same recipe and spices and ingredients from that soup to make a new soup because I didn't fall out of the soup making coconut tree. I exist within the context of all the previous soups I have ever made. And even when the pot is cleaned from all the crusty soup bits, I will still be writing down that soup recipe and handing it out to all my friends because damn, that was a nice soup, and they will change the recipe, and with each change that recipe might drift further and further away from the original soup. But even through those changes, that human core, the core that is humans sharing things and doing stuff together and sharing joy and something they are passionate about, that will remain. And that's all I can think of to write for now. But at some point, somebody is going to come along and add 10 more things to the list. And I can't wait for that moment because it's at that moment that this project itself becomes a meme.
Okay, so this is Amen Animations. So,
let's start with the basics, the beginning. We see a bunch of frogs. Now, as you've seen with the Yeps are frogs, they're Pepes. We've talked about Pepes earlier in the video. So these are Twitch chatters. And the Twitch chatters are loud. They're very loud. They're very noisy. I wonder what's gonna happen. I wonder who that guy is. I wonder who that guy could be. I'm just like totally pretending like I haven't watched this before. Hassan is known for wearing lots of jewelry and rings and like the watch. And then this is this looks like OBS, because what happens sometimes is you open the thing in OBS, you put OBS up and it captures the screen of OBS and it captures the screen of OBS and it captures, and so that kind of looks like that sometimes. And then this is Hassan's like beginning the stream thing. If it still is. I think it still is. He's got food on his desk because he's always eating during stream. The whole entire stream. He's always eating throughout the whole entire stream. And his head is tiny.
I'm here to talk to you today about music, art, fashion. One of the greatest problems that
I think his head is getting smaller too.
The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against.
And he's wearing jackets on top of his sweater because he's like super fashionable. He's a fashionable guy. What can you do?
All of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought.
I think everything that he's saying in this video is from his YouTube, the stuff, YouTube stuff he did for Young Turks.
Are you guys comfortable with that?
No,
this is a war against
I'm not comfortable.
thinking, battle against intellectualism. This is a war against rational behavior.
His head is definitely getting smaller.
And that's terrifying.
Small head, small head, ball head.
What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets.
The bald one, I think he shaved his head on stream at the beginning of the pandemic, or like before the stream, I forget. He shaved his head basically at some point. So that's what the bald one is. And now he's talking to chat because he's no longer in the like ambiguous, you know, white box of the I'm making a YouTube video, so we have to have a plain background. Now he's in his house and he's streaming.
You fucking idiots.
That back there, that's a still from, I mean, the head is smaller than it should. Actually, that's the normal size that Hassan's head. That is the size that Hassan's head normally is. But that's a still from one of the YouTube videos from the Young Turks. Small head pog, I believe. And there's chat. And they're all annoying him. Of course they are.
God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat. I hate it so fucking much. You're like 12 years old. You fucking fuck! Fuck! You fucking brain dead!
Oh, that's so good. Let's watch through the credits for this. So yeah, this is... Somebody needs to do a, like, you might be entitled to compensation if your streamer is, like... And then, like, all the times that Hassan is, like, yelled at people. that would be awful, but it would be funny. Amen animation.
Sam Cedar went off on Shabiba why he'll wear a yarmulke but not a mask. Yeah, it's great, dude.
It's great, dude. We should watch Steven Crowder's Nightmare. That's another good one. So, comrades, this is the end of the video where I remind you to like and subscribe and leave a comment that doesn't annoy me. You know who you are and what you did. I'd like to thank Smokey, who did not help but ended up helping after all.
Just got an email telling me to schedule my finals. I think my it's fine. My microwave did not flash like it was about to blow up. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's definitely fine. I'll play that.
And finally, most importantly, let me remind you to always buy high and sell low. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video, Master's Tools, Master's House, which just might end up being a treatise on the ideology of Andrew Ryan from BioShock. I wouldn't know, I haven't written it yet.
So these, let's go back slightly. These are all people who are like, I believe the little green thing means that you're a mod. The little dog thing means that you are subscribed, and the little wrench thing and the little dragon thing, I don't know what those mean. So if you know, let me know. I don't know. So Marat is Hassan's brother, and Marat is a rocket scientist, basically. Rogan is another mod. C-Mac is another mod. You can tell because the green thing. But Frogan also has a stream. She streams. Check her out. And then there's chat. We're gonna get very we're gonna do some what is it, discourse analysis now. We're being metatextual here. A lot of memes are metatextual, as in there's more that's happening than just the what's happening in the video. So in the video, it's a clip of South Park. I think that's South Park. It's whatever it is, and it is the clip of a show. And in the context of the clip of the show, it probably just meant whatever it meant in the clip of the show. We won't know what the Spectrum thing was before it became Azan's $1 trillion router, because I just don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. So this tells us there is something going on before this meme. I'm pointing over there. Before the meme. And I came in at a point where I didn't know what that was. So the previous context of the video is gonna be lost on me. I don't know what the fuck they're doing here. Now I know that they're trying to figure out how to fix this stupid thing, right? And I know that they shot at it to try to fix it. And I know that the kid is like, I know how to fix this. And I kind of know South Park, so the kid's probably a dork and he doesn't know what he's doing, but they're probably gonna let him do it because he's the main character of the show, right? One of the main characters of the show, right? So this guy is a newscaster. He's Comrade Lynn. He's not a mod, so he's just kind of, or she, they, I don't know who they, well, he is a newscaster. I don't know who Comrade Lynn, I don't know who they are. But anyway, so they are kind of acting as, this is Comrade Lamb's YouTube channel, so they're acting as recorder and transcriber and a narrator of what is happening here. right? So in a metatextual sense though, because they're both doing that in the sense of they're making the video, editing the video, labeling who is who, and uploading it to YouTube, but also in the sense that they're the video and the person that they labeled as themselves.
There's only
is in the
like
video.
3 minutes left. This segment is kind of, I don't think it's long, it's just, you know, long.
It's
But anyway,
narrating the story to you. So again, with metatextuality, I think it could also be considered intertextuality. We have some dumbass dipshit kid who's gonna come and fix this thing. So chat is the dumbass dipshit kid. And it's all of them at once. They're all chiming in at once about how to fix the thing. And Hassan's like, yeah, I'm gonna listen to you. We're gonna let you figure it out, chat. Which, why would you do that? I don't know who that guy is. We're listening to chat. What is chat doing? What are they gonna do? They're gonna turn it off and they're gonna turn it back on. Now, the turn it back off and turn it back on is the oldest meme known to man. Not really. The oldest meme known to the electric man. The electricity. Yes. Anyway, so if you have a electronic thing and it is fucking up, what do? You turn it off and you turn it back on. And usually that will perform a hard reset function, which will fix the thing, and the thing will no longer be broken. Let's find out if that did indeed work. It did work. Now, there is still a considerable amount of time left in this meme. Now, a big chunk of this time could be devoted to an end screen, as is part of the genre of Hasanabi memes. You upload a 2-minute meme to OK Buddy Hassan, and half of that is end screen. This is an established form of, part of the genre. So, we are celebrating. Chat did us a solid. Chat is literally always right, but there is a peepo smile here. Now, a peepo smile is different from a peepo happy or a peepo glad or some other happy one, where a peepo smile implies that there is something happening here. Now, there might be many things happening here. Chat is literally always right. So it might mean that my streamer doesn't know what the hell they're doing and they just need to turn it off and turn it back on, right? It could mean that chat is not actually right. Let's find out. That is a sheep, a lamb, if you will.
Let's go.
Hassan is very excited about the lamb.
You're gonna make him kill the fucking lambs?
Lambs are about to be murdered.
Around the world engage in what is known as the ritualistic sacrifice of lambs.
We are sacrificing a lamb. Never mind, we are forcing the lambs. Yes, the lambs are watching us eat the lambs. Kind of gross, kind of messed up, kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up, dude. And now, never listen to chat. Now, why didn't we want to listen to chat? Because Comrade Lamb, who is a lamb, chat fixed the internet. And when chat fixed the internet, Comrade Lamb, who is a lamb, found out that MasterChef would be making lambs watch as lambs were being eaten by lambs. And instead of Hassan reacting appropriately with the reserve and the grave attitude which one must have when they find out that their comrade is being consumed, the comrades of their comrades are being consumed, Hassan says the most fucked up thing imaginable. The travesty, my word. So yes, never listen to chat. So yes, and in OK Buddy tradition, The end screen is 14 to 20, so about 5 seconds long. So this is not appropriately within the constraints of the Okay Buddy Hassan meme genre, because the end screen is not half of the video long. This has been my TED Talk.
Dodge.
Okay, so that was that video. I've been cooking in my kitchen. Oh shit. Oh, I've also been sitting on the couch. Fuck. Anyway. Shit. I'm waiting for the pot to boil. Oh. Okay, so what we're gonna do now. Oh gosh, I'm tired. I'm very tired though. For real. So the work cited for this video is not done yet. I really hope that like this whole entire bottom piece is not cut off, because that would really upset me. But we're gonna have this play, and I'm gonna turn my volume off because it picks me up when it picks everything else up. So, page, stream manager, there we go. And, yeah, my back hurts. I'm like, but then like I have to watch these. So I'm like, I might as well stream them and make content out of it. But also my back hurts. So I may be, I'm probably gonna like oscillate between couch and the kitchen. So I'm here though, and this is my video. If you're worried about, you know, if you're one of those people who's worried about content theft, it's my fucking video.
And then I realized,
Okay.
I have a really good reason why I should.
If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning, I'd hammer in the evening, all over this land, I'd hammer out danger, I'd hammer out a warning. If you follow me on Twitter, you may know that I have an art wall, and you may know that I have been, I do this thing where I take works that I enjoy but cannot afford to buy, and I paint them. My own versions of them. And so I have an art wall of things that I couldn't afford. I wanted on my wall, and so I painted them. I'm gonna turn out the thing, take cam for a moment, and this is my art wall. Now, if you are a graphic designer and you think that your work might contribute to my art wall, I don't have money to pay you for things. That's why I'm painting things that I can't afford. So don't try to sell me anything, please. It happens more often than you'd think it would, where people are like, buy something from me, and I'm like, I don't have money. I'm a student. I'm broke. And people are like, but you can buy this and it'll make you money. And it's like, no, it won't make me money, because it will make you money. Scared the shit out of me. But anyway, welcome to the stream. Don't ask about the shirt. Don't ask about it. I think we're good. So we're gonna be playing Bioshock today. I don't know. Fuck is my be right back screen? It already looks sounds better. It's still a lot quieter than me. Never mind.
Look, Daddy.
Another one where like the intro maybe is kind of long, but how much time does that really cut off, you know? The intro is gonna go to like here-ish, right? 3 minutes. How much time does that really cut off the whole video, you know? Not much time. I'm very excited. I'm far more excited than I thought I'd be. Oh my god, I love the game. God. Oh, that's so fucked up.
More angels, Daddy. This way.
I know I'm gonna turn this into a video, and like this scene. And the one where they're kind of in the daydream. Oh god. Oh. Oh no. Oh, gross. What is this one? Oh, I think that's the... I know what that one was.
This
Not good.
is not your daughter. Do you understand? Her name is Eleanor, and she is mine.
Okay, man, look. Everything sucks. It's making me mad. And it seems like for these freaking things, whatever, we're gonna make the best out of what we have. And so you're just gonna have to listen to me making boop, 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 or something like that noises every time there's an introduction screen. I'm sorry that it's come to this, but I literally cannot. Boop, 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 or something like that noises. Boop, 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 or something like that noises. Boop, 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 or something like that noises. This is the title screen. This is the title screen because I am talking at volumes that are very loud. If you are one of those guys who likes to copyright, well, you can't copyright this because I made it. In fact, I copyright this, so if you use it in your video, I'm gonna catch you. Take 3. I believe that a good magician never reveals their tricks. When you reveal the trick or pull back the curtain, suddenly the magic becomes mundane. Some people call it spoilers. Something is spoiled when you know the end of the story. I don't believe we can't enjoy spoiled things, but I do think there may be a point to this. I like to write my papers like novels, something which annoys many of my professors to no end.
I hold things back. I play sleight of hand. I put the thesis at the end of the paper instead of the beginning. Because if you think about it like a fiction writer, everything is building up to that thesis. Everything written is supporting the thesis, fleshing it out, making it something we can pick up in our hands and carry around. It's only in academic writing where the thesis needs to be in the first paragraph or the abstract. And I get it. Somebody reading a scientific study doesn't want to read to the end. They want the relevant information so they don't waste time scanning through data that might not even be useful. But I don't write scientific studies. I write video essays. This is the final video in this series, for now, and my last chance to prove to you that there is something here. Something that you should take with you. Something that will be valuable. Something. Anything. Something that you can comment on and like and subscribe to. This is the point of no return, the big reveal. In this video, I will show you my master plan, as I have Phantom of the Opera playing in the background. It's muted, so you can't hear it, but it's there. If you are one of those guys who likes to copyright, well, you can't copyright this because I made it. In fact, I copyright this, so if you use it in your video, I'm gonna get you. In my previous video, I told you about BioShock. Insert BioShock section here. BioShock is one of my favorite game series. And a lot of mess has been made about the illusion of choice within the game and the morality of the choices within the game. And those discussions are kind of boring. Because BioShock, like anything else, is a symbol. And so we as vibes-based scientists should try to understand the symbols, the stories. How great is your undersea city if you haven't even developed the technology to have moving squid?
City where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty
Yeah, if you haven't even developed the technology to have like moving pictures, okay? If you decide to take the hard route, but do the right thing and rescue as many as you can, forgive those who caused harm and push everyone forward, everyone you care for rises with you. So we hear Andrew Ryan engage in this rhetoric where he tries to make our nice socialist and anarchist and divine rightist. Maybe not all of the things are nice. But he tries to take a few of our nice things and make them not so nice. He tries to turn them into symbols of individualism and use them to foment division in a city of people rapidly declining because they live in a house made out of glass under the sea and are all trying to shoot each other with machine guns and blow each other up in the city made out of glass under the sea. Wonderful. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of pheromones in the vent that do mind control to you too. That also happens. Anyway, it is this elevation of individualism, squabbling over power and resources, that is the rot destroying the city. And our choices as the player character give us the ability to give in to this individualism, or to reclaim the power of the collective. The choice to elevate our own needs over those of others, or to sacrifice potential resources to save lives.
Thank you, mister. Thank you.
The path of the righteous is not always easy, yes.
This is a game about killing drug-addled eugenicists with grenade launchers and machine guns in a city made of glass under the sea. But despite the horrific images, at the core of the story is an overwhelming message about the power of love, forgiveness, and found family. A story about rejecting the aesthetics of propaganda and giving according to your ability and to another's need. If you are one of those guys, if who likes to copyright, well, you can't copyright this cause well, you can't copyright this cause in fact, I copyright this, so if you use it in your video, I'm gonna get you. So Andrew Ryan is building a city under the sea. And the city under the sea is rapidly devolving into an arms race. Because of, fascism and eugenics and violence and everybody having a grenade launcher in a city made of glass under the sea. Why do we need fire hands again? Fire hands can be fun when, everybody is smoking a cigarette, I guess. But then, we need that clip where I tried to light the cigar and everything blew up. Put that in there. That's a good reason why we don't actually need fire hands.
But this party just hit the skids. Carl needs a light for his cigar, and no one can help him.
You're lighting the cigar, but that's not lighting the cigar, that's lighting his whole entire head on fire. This plasmid is not about fun. Plasmid is about, going scorched earth on all of your enemies. Yeah, I get it. This isn't about gun control. Quit your yapping. To understand this, we're going to need to talk about video game design. And to talk about video game design, we will first need to review semiotics. In my previous video, Threshold Concept number 4, I told you about semiotics. Semiotics are how we understand discourses and participation within a discourse is how we show that we share values, assumptions, and language, and sometimes emotes. And of course, we go to school to learn these things. Not just how to read and write, to particular forms of literacies, but meta literacies. And all the values, assumptions, and language, typically not emotes though, that are contained within. In Threshold Concept number 3, I told you about ideology. Ideology is a guiding force that shapes the fabric of our lives. These things both come up out of our material conditions, but also reinforce the status quo that creates our material conditions. For example, we are living under a capitalist system. The majority of wealth is within the hands of the few, and the rhetoric of our society is that people who work hard make wealth, which is why many people believe that billionaires work 2,000 times harder than the average Starbucks barista. And in fact, that Starbucks barista is not actually working class, but some kind of middleman managerial class, who is actually the one exploiting you by not serving your latte fast enough. Ideology, discourses, assumptions, values, language. Emotes? Emotes. This is why we call learning a social act. Learning is a social act because we do it together. Students work together to negotiate the new knowledge that the teacher is displaying to them. But students are also being assimilated into socio-cultural fabric as they're negotiating that knowledge. In the end, a student's literacy is far less dependent on the knowledge that they can display and much more on the way they perform that knowledge. This is why multiple choice standardized testing is not a reliable method of gauging a student's level of learning. We call this situated learning, and it happens across many different contexts. And I'm going to pause here because situated learning is championed by many as the solution to the education problems of today. But as a theory, I think it's also useful to Oh yeah, this is another one of those things where it's relatively new. People are in the process of talking about this shit right now, right? So how do we get some pretty complex ideas across in a way that is relatively more digestible than a whole semester's worth of literacies and epistemologies course? Well, you do it like this, I guess. So, yeah. But yeah, situated learning. I do advocate that we understand it in both ways because we are always situated. Like we talked about in translingualism, we're always, we are always situated within time and space and place, and culture is always emergent. And what is emerging? Well, it's the what comes out of the being situated. And so, yeah. My nose is stuffy. Oh my god, I keep blowing my nose and it doesn't do anything but stuff my nose up more.
understand the problems with education today. We are always situated within ideology. We are always situated within culture. We are always situated within value systems. And it's important to reflect upon the vast discrepancy between what the educational system is touted to teach us and what the performance of our assimilation into that institution shows we've learned. In kindergarten, we sat at our desks and learned ABCs. But we didn't just learn ABCs. We learned that the best way to learn ABCs was with a teacher standing at the front of the room, the children sitting silently with hands folded at desks. We learned that the teacher is always right about which ABCs are in which order. We learned that we shouldn't shout our ABCs, but we also learned that if you whisper your ABCs, you aren't really learning. And so, what you need to do to learn ABCs is face forward with your feet on the ground, eyes to the front of the class, with no distractions, on your desk, and without playing with something in your desk, and recite the ABCs in an even tone. And just in learning our ABCs, we have learned a whole metric fuck ton of values, assumptions, and language about what learning is. So learning is situated, and we are always going to learn something. This is one of those things where, like, my experience in education comes in because, there are certainly classrooms out there that are not like what I've described, right? There's a lot of classrooms out there like that, but there also are a lot of classrooms that are. And there are a lot of people, especially, people who don't work directly with children, but who, monitor children or monitor the people working with children, parents who come into a classroom to pick up their child, or admin who doesn't work with kids, but, has to, do admin shit for the program. And they will come in and they will say homework time is not involving everyone being silent and everyone sitting silently, solely at their desk doing things by themselves. So, and they're not speaking in like an even tone. So that means that this room is chaotic and wacky and crazy, and there's definitely no learning in here. Well, what actually was happening in that room before you walked in was nobody really understood the homework assignment, and so they were all working together to figure it out. And in that process, they were figuring out the homework assignment. But you just, once again, aesthetics versus substance, you have been trained in aesthetic knowledge of what learning is. You've been trained in what an idea of what learning is, what learning looks like, and sounds like, and smells like, and all that jazz. And you come into the classroom and you see the kids working together and being kind of loud, and sure, they're learning, but you don't see learning happening, because learning looks like something to you that isn't what it always is, right? And so it's always important for us as educators, people who want to educate other people, to think about that difference between what does learning look like and what is learning, and what do I expect learning to look like, and what is the inconsistencies and congruencies there. And I think that if everybody did that, the world would be a better place, but whatever. Something, even if what we learn was not what we were meant to learn.
The problem with the education system these days is there is a fundamental lack of preparation for the top of the hour ad break that is occurring right at this moment. And
oh my God, bro,
you need
you debated me. You fucking piece of shit. How dare you?
What you can do is you can subscribe, and so you can avoid the ads that appear for a 3-minute duration at the top of every hour.
I'm not going to do the Foucault discipline and punish panopticon shtick here, but if you know what it is, then you've probably already written a comment about it. Good on you, I guess. For everyone else, in the briefest way possible, discipline is not about being disciplined. It's about conforming to certain values, assumptions, and language through self-monitoring because we want to live in a society. This is part of why it's so hard to change society. We have assumptions, values, and language about how society works. And the whole system is designed to replicate those assumptions, values, and language rather than teach the ABCs or anything else. This is why STEM. Nuff said. Now let's take this idea of situated learning and apply it to the video games. First, I want to establish a dialogic shift, which I will be taking for this section. Up until now, we have understood that discourses are sets of values, assumptions, and language, and sometimes emotes. In fact, I've said this so many times, it's probably becoming a meme. But for the rest of the section, at least this section, I will now be using the word literacy or literacies in place of values, assumptions, and language, and sometimes emotes. This is because the performance of values, assumptions, and language within a particular discourse is called a literacy. If you perform well, you are typically considered to have good or high literacy, and if you perform poorly, you are typically considered to have low or poor literacy. The most important thing to remember here is that literacy is not about reading, speaking, or writing words, but rather one's ability to perform within a discourse and replicate a genre. In What Do Video Games Have to Teach Us About Learning and Literacy?, James Paul G tells us that there are 36 ways to learn a video game. G's understanding of video games is based in semiotics and situated learning, and this book offers many ideas about why what we know about good video game design is good video game design. And at the crux of this is the idea of environmental storytelling, which you will be familiar with if you watch video essays about video games. Based on our previous discussion of situated learning, we can understand that any type of environment within a game will teach us something about the world of that game, because as we play the game, we are building a literacy of the world within our game. And this often is difficult because those literacies may be radically different from any which we have developed familiarity with. In Hbomberguy's Bloodborne is a Genius, and Here's Why, we learn about the difficulty that many people have playing Souls games, and how this difficulty comes from the specific game design elements and game mechanics that players are not accustomed to. Within the first 5 minutes of the video, Hbomberguy explains how a core mechanic of the game, the tiny amount of lag between pressing a button and character response, requires that players must relearn what they know about video games. This means that Souls games represent a new form of literacy, which players will have to acquire in order to enjoy participating within the game. And I have not acquired this literacy yet.
I'm going to go out of my way for once and talk about something positive. I'm going to talk about a game I really, really like. I'm going to talk about Bloodborne and why it's amazing. Okay, to start off, we're going to have to establish a baseline, aren't we? Bloodborne's amazing, but the Souls series has always been good. Let's start by talking in basic terms about the core gameplay. They are, when you boil it down, basically action games attempting to recreate the same sort of stuff RPGs like Dungeons & Dragons were designed to simulate, adventures in magical lands with dungeons and/or dragons. They control in a vaguely similar way to other third-person action games like Devil May Cry or Drakengard or Dynasty Warriors or even The Legend of Zelda. However, despite superficial resemblance, in practice the games operate very differently from those. All the games I just mentioned here have a focus on instantaneousness, fluidity, and flow or speed. You press the button and the character is immediately doing the thing. Dante is doing the stabby or...
We have to rewind a little bit because my
Okay, to start off, we're gonna have
thingies were up top.
Bloodborne's amazing, but the Souls series has always been good. Let's start by talking in basic terms about the...
I really like this video, and you should go watch it, by the way. Yeah. Do that now if you want to.
Core gameplay. They are, when you boil it down, basically action games attempting to recreate the same sort of stuff RPGs like Dungeons & Dragons were designed to simulate, adventures in magical lands with dungeons and/or dragons. They control in a vaguely similar way to other third-person action games like Devil May Cry or Drakengard or Dynasty Warriors or even The Legend of Zelda. However, despite superficial resemblance, in practice the games operate very differently from those. All the games I just mentioned here have a focus on instantaneousness, fluidity, and flow or speed. You press the button and the character is immediately doing the thing. Dante is doing the stabby or the jumpy or the flippy as soon as you press the button commanding him to do it. He's such a good boy. I hit the relevant button based on when it was clearly telegraphing that I should be doing it, and then it happened instantly. The Souls games are theoretically similar, but choose such a different core design philosophy that I bet some of you winced when I compared them to character action games the way I just did. When you press the attack button in a Souls game, you've not just committed to an attack, you've committed to the long, arduous process of signing the proper paperwork to get planning permission to start to swing your sword. You don't immediately see dividends on the button you pressed, you have to wait for the attack to go off. On top of that, instead of attacking and moving being an infinite resource, you have a limited amount of stamina you can invest at any given time. So you can't rely on mashing the attack and dodge buttons to get by. And then, if you press the wrong button, you can't hit undo, you can't cancel out of an attack into the roll you should have done, you get stabbed instead. This creates an immediate friction between you and what you want to achieve. You can't just hit the button when you see an opening, or dance around and wait until one gets handed to you. You have to learn to prepare and observe the timing of your enemy, and be able to know when to act instead of simply acting, or use your limited stamina resource to create an opening by dodging an early attack. This is the main reason why the series has always been a little bit divisive. Its deliberateness puts it directly at odds with almost every other game of its type, which strive to make actions as quick as possible and give the player tons of control and freedom.
So, BioShock. In the first BioShock game, you are Jack, and you are up against Andrew Ryan, and then some other guy. I don't remember his name. Just slipped my mind. In BioShock 2, however, all of the antagonists of the first BioShock game are long dead and gone. They are replaced by Dr. Sophia Lamb, a psychiatrist who wants to shove all of the brains of Rapture into her daughter Eleanor Lamb using the magic undersea slug juice that has driven everyone from Rapture completely and utterly bonkers. And this is supposed to turn Eleanor into the savior of Rapture who will rule Rapture with her hive mind. And this seems like a collectivist wet dream, right? You know, because it's under the sea. Right?
That's a good one.
Like last time we were critiquing individualism, right? So now it's time to both sides, right?
Yep.
Now it's time to take a jab at the dirty commies and do a red scare, right? 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 Uh-oh.
If you are one of those guys who likes to copyright, well, you can't copyright this because I made it up. In fact, I copyright this, so if you use it in your video, I'm gonna get you. So in this video, I'm the orange. The orange is always me. So I am myself, but I'm also my editing self. My editing self and I are having a conversation. Because my editing self is sick of sitting in this chair. But my self is like, dude, we have to finish this video. So, hold up. I'm supposed to be showing you how I performed the magic trick. Not introducing more mysteries that I will have to resolve. Fuck. We need to focus. Focus on how the meat is made. Focus. 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 Okay, the videos. We need to talk about the videos. Starting now. Each of my videos has been made to illustrate a concept. I call these threshold concepts after naming what we know, Threshold Concepts of Writing Studies by Linda Adler-Kastner and Elizabeth Wardle. Originally identified by researchers J.F. Meyer and Ray Land, threshold concepts are ideas that learners must see through and see with in order to participate more fully in particular disciplines. Meyer and Land have identified characteristics that are associated with learners' encounters with threshold concepts, noting that they are list time, troublesome. These concepts may be conceptually difficult and butt up against prior knowledge that is inert, contradictory, rarely used, or unchallenged.
They may also ask learners to take on new identities that are uncomfortable. Liminal. Threshold concepts involve what the name implies, thresholds. That was Natalie Wynn ContraPoints, if you don't know. I should have got one of Lindsay Ellis to put in there somewhere too, but no. I think that's like the big three. What the fuck? Oh my god, I hate that shit. But yeah, anyway, I think that's like the big three of video essays. I mean, there's a few other people who I enjoy, but I think they're like, you know, like I said, you know, the big three. But the movement towards and the hopeful crossing of those thresholds isn't straightforward. Instead, it happens in a 2 steps forward, 1 step backward kind of way as learners push against troublesome knowledge. Integrative and transformative. Once learners cross a threshold, their ability to see through and with a threshold concept leads them to recognize new patterns of meaning around that concept. The ability to see through and with that concept also transforms their understandings of phenomena, people, and or events. Probably irreversible. Once a learner begins to see through and with a threshold concept, it is very difficult to unlearn or unsee through that lens. Using this framework, I've attempted to create a set of concepts of my own, Azan Pago, and I believe these concepts are important for building leftist community. Azan's chair. Unpog. Community. Autocorrect says I should say communities here, but I'm not talking about communities as a thing, but rather community as an action, a process. In my community as trying to make a joke, but I forget. Community as a performativity. There we go. Community as a performativity. It is community because you speak it into being. Well, I guess we're like modifying the idea of performativity here because it's like I pronounce you man and wife and now you're man and wife, but like speaking community and to being is just like sharing the same language. So like having a discussion about what is a cat and what is not a cat. And there you are in community. Anyway, my literature review, I briefly talk about all the different communities that I've been a part of. Sims communities, blogging communities, reviewing communities, gaming communities. And in all of these communities, I found things that were necessary to me. But it wasn't until I found the Hasanabi community that I found community. And each of the reasons is in my videos.
What do I always say? 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 What do I always say, dude? What do I always say?
Bodies are the problem. In this video, I told you that we learn through doing. Doing is scary, but we aren't doing alone. There are people just like us out there who are afraid of doing whatever it is they need to learn. When we all work together to learn, to help each other learn, one person not knowing is far less scary. Goose! That's all.
Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle.
Making my peace. We all deserve to speak our piece, to say the things we need to say, even if we don't have the words yet. We must see things as they are rather than as we are told to, by understanding how power works within our society.
Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes.
So the reason that I picked this one is because of the influence that Audre Lorde's Cancer Journals had on this particular, or not this particular, but that particular concept. She's talking about like joy and like I got cancer and they blame me for getting cancer because I wasn't happy enough, and like
if I had just pretended to be happy with the way the world is, then I wouldn't have gotten cancer, right? And so, like, there's the victim blaming kind of part of that, where we have really shitty expectations that we pressure on women. But also, there's the, like, ignore what the world is and sit with, you know, that complacency and the injustices that are carried out within the world, rather than seeing it for what it is. And so what I really love about this particular one, the Hasanabi Doctrine, if America tells you, what is it again? Let's rewind. Works within our society.
Rule number 1, get nukes.
Get nukes.
Rule number 2, never give up the nuke.
Never give up the nukes.
Rule number 3,
if America, so this is we are acknowledging that we have global nuclear superpowers, and that those global nuclear superpowers will use their global nuclear superpowerness to engage in war against countries that don't have nukes I mean, you're not actually using the nukes. That's the point of this, is that you're not actually using the nukes. You are using the idea of nukes, the idea of nuclear holocaust, to prevent catastrophe. So we have to see the world for what it is. And what this world is violent superpowers that want to, take over your country because they believe that you have weapons of mass destruction. And the only way to defend yourself is have a weapon of mass destruction. And that's not supporting that system. That's not saying that that system is right or good. That's saying that that is the system that is perpetuated by America telling you that you have nukes and now we have to invade you and kill your fucking civilian population. So, like, we need to cultivate an awareness of this. And I think that, like, a lot of people have, when it comes to, like, specifically, like, the war in Iraq, but I think that, going forward, like, recent, global conflicts, and especially with the warmongering against China and Iran, that has always been an undercurrent of American politics. I think that is something that we need to be aware of, something that we need to understand, that America likes to stick its fingers in everybody's pie. And why does it do that? Because it has rhetoric, it has the war machine propaganda, it has the military industrial complex. And not only will it do that, but it needs to do that. It needs to create instability in, the global, global politics for it to survive, because America is 95% military industrial complex and 5% McDonald's. I mean, it's tongue in cheek, but that is the reality that we live in. So part of speaking your piece, part of making your peace is making your peace with the world that you live in. And maybe not like making your peace with it, but like making your peace with the fact that you are a person who lives in the world who has the ability to change things if you just, stop pretending that everything's hunky-dory when it's not.
America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything. Find nukes.
Find nukes. People gotta eat. We are hurt people, and we are gonna hurt people. We have been taught not to value boundaries and consent, and our society holds different people to different standards, often unfairly. This is symptomatic of a capitalist profit motive society, and we must engage with others in a constructive way that does not perpetuate cycles of harm.
In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized.
Sustainability. We need community because we are human. We need to share things because we are human. And sharing makes us stronger. Sharing responsibility, sharing codes, sharing memes, sharing knowledge. All of this sharing builds up. And eventually we will come to a place where we do not have to rely on our work alone
or our capacity to persist in the space and do the work alone. Because we share the burden, it becomes lighter for all of us.
Yes, the reason why What Do I Always Say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator, living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. This is fire. God damn, this is from 3 weeks ago. Holy shit, it's so good. Shouts out to Lil Bear. That was a incredible.
So this is the Sag Business, but no, Sag Business is match, and you can tell that this is Sag Business because it's orange and I am orange. I was going to do a live stream. So we did unionize, me and myself against I, and we did go on strike, and we did demand better hours, no, shorter hours, better pay, and Ice Cream Sammy. And we have not received the Ice Cream Sammy yet, and it's very, but we're gonna, we're gonna do a new strike very soon and ask for Ice Cream Sammy again, because even though we did make small wins, we didn't make the large wins that we wanted. So we're getting ready, we're gearing up for a strike, and you can support us at, I got a coffee, whatever the fuck it's called, man. I got one of those things. You can go send me money to buy an Ice Cream Sammy if you enjoyed this stream or these videos or any of my content, really. You enjoy any of my content, you go give me some money and I will be happy. Recording for this part, but plans change. After seeing people with somewhat sketchy and contestable ideas of what Audre Lorde's The Master's Tools will never dismantle the Master's... Ooh, sketchy and contestable. It's frustrating. It's frustrating when people are wrong. Sometimes people are wrong, Stop being wrong. Be right. Like me, I'm always right. House, I wanted to make sure we are all on the same page, especially since this is the threshold concept. I may have had a little something to drink, if you know what I mean. That's Master's Tools, Master's House. It is a particular academic arrogance to assume any discussion of feminist theory without examining our many differences, and without a significant input from poor women, black women, and third world women and lesbians. And yet I stand here as a black lesbian feminist, having been invited to comment within the only panel at this conference where the input of black feminists and lesbians is represented. What this says about the vision of this conference is sad. In a country where racism, sexism, and homophobia are inseparable. To read this program is to assume that lesbian and black women have nothing to say about existentialism, the erotic women's culture and silence, developing feminist theory, or heterosexuality and power.
Which is like so fucked up because Audre Lorde literally has an essay that is uses of the erotic. Like, she wrote that, you know? It's out there. It's out there. And what does it mean in personal and political terms when even the 2 black women who did present here were literally found at the last hour? What does it mean when the tools of a racist patriarchy are used to examine the fruits of that same patriarchy? It means that only the most narrow perimeters of change are possible and allowable. A surface reading of this might lead us to the assumption that the issue Lorde has is one of representation. There are not enough seats at the table for all the different identities within the world, and this issue could be fixed if we were just willing to hire more of X group of people. I will not say that representation is unimportant, but I can say, without a doubt, that representation does not fundamentally change the issues that lack of representation seem to be the cause of. This text requires a deeper level of engagement than representation matters. Are you ready? Lack of representation is a symptom of a greater issue. Advocating the mere tolerance of difference between women is the grossest reformism. It is a total denial of the creative function of difference in our lives. Difference must not be merely tolerated, but seen as a fund of necessary polarities between which our creativity can spark like a dialectic. Only then does the necessity for interdependency become unthreatening. Only within that interdependency of different strengths, acknowledged and equal, can the power to seek new ways of being in the world generate, as well as the courage and sustenance to act where there are no charters. With this quote, I especially love that in the context of like memes, you know, like the context of the memes that we established in the previous video, you know, where we're sparking like a dialectic, like a you know, a conversation. And so, you know, this work becomes less about, you know, people studying like super hard. I think that's still an important part of it, but it's less about you doing shit alone, and it's more about us doing shit together, and the shit that we do together is what makes the change, not the us doing thing, not like you doing a thing alone. And like even this video is not doing change. It's not, you know, doing anything substantially different. It will be probably accepted and, you know, published by the institution, and I might probably get my degree. So like, you know, is it really changing anything? But at the same time, you know, I am trying to do something that will like get people to change the way that they think about this, you know, and I don't know. It's hard because like you know, there's no protest video that's going to change the world. But then again, there's no protest movement that's going to change the world overnight. You know, it is a dialectic. It is a conversation. It is happening all the time across the world, and we need to engage with it. And like, if I can accomplish anything, I want people to engage, you know. We see that the issue of representation stems from a fundamental rejection of interdependency, something Lorde associates with patriarchy and individualism. Lorde believes that feminism should advocate for a world which rejects the patriarchal and capitalistic mythos of the individual. The one great man who represents all great men, in favor of interdependency. A world that rejects the very principle of the table, the table representing power, prestige, control, and domination. The table that determines which I think it's one of these things where like this is kind of designed to like tell a certain story, but it also offers up, you know, if you're watching it on a stream, it offers up that like interaction. So like, you know, the chats, you know, imagine there's like a streamer with an actual chat, and you know, each time the little guy says union, a bunch of like mad strikes just like start flying past, right? So there's the potential for meme that is in the video design, but there's also like the story that it's telling, you know, and you can tell both stories depending on the context you're in. Values, assumptions, and language, and eventually emote. Because right now, and you'll notice that there's nobody in this video saying strike. It's just this one little mad guy who's saying union by himself or themselves. Are the ones that are rewarded and which ones are rejected. Those of us who stand outside the circle of this society's definition of acceptable women. Those of us who have been forged in the crucibles of difference. Those of us who are poor, who are lesbians, who are black, who are older, know that survival is not an academic skill. It is learning how to stand alone, unpopular, and sometimes reviled, and how to make common cause with those others identified as outside the structures in order to define and seek a world in which we can all flourish. It is learning how to take our differences and make them strengths, for the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us to temporarily beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change. And this fact is only threatening to those women who still define the master's house as their only source of support. God damn, that hits so hard. Just taking a moment of silence for a fucking queen, man. The master's house is not simply who wields power and authority. The women Lord mentions who define the master's house as their support are women who would be victim to patriarchal violence just like any other, but in this situation, they are allowed to wield that power and authority of the master's house so long as they agree to use the master's tools. We people of the meme understand this to be girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep. The master's tools will designate people to represent their group. Certain excellent people. I'm like simultaneously like, oh, I forgot to put girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep in there. But then also like, oh wait, I'm on strike right now, so I'm not doing anything. Who are meant to represent every single person of that group they come from, and if they represent them poorly, a phrase which here means, in ways that do not conform to the master's values, this means that the master's door should never have been open to anyone of that group at all. The table, the conference, the board of executives, the halls of Congress, the presidency, the minimum wage distribution center or latte making job that you get fired from for attempting to unionize. We see the They do need us more than we need them. Because if we refuse to participate, everything falls apart, you know? And that's why labor power is so important. That's why, you know, strikes are so important. How do you, you know, stop an unstoppable machine? Well, you put your bodies upon the gears and the levers, and you indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will not be working at all. Mario Salvio. Master's tools and the master's house reflected in all levels of society. We see the metaphorical table, a seat at which determines if we are valued by society or discarded. We feel despair because even as there's more representation of our different experiences are so similar in the way that we are all barely holding afloat as the boot slowly crushes our fingers, clinging to the life raft that might be our only survival. Lord understands that we are all engaging in a culture war when we should be engaging in a class war. So yeah, that's kind of the payoff. I don't want to say that it's like a joke, but it's like a, you know, like a bit. And so like what they kind of like, one little frog isn't gonna be able to do shit on his own, right? But a whole bunch of little frogs. A whole bunch of little frogs can fuck shit up, man. Just to be clear, it's not an ice cream sandwich, it's a regular sandwich. If you want me to have an ice cream sandwich, there was chips and a cookie though. But if you want me to have an ice cream sandwich, then you should donate. And I will be able to satisfy the union request to have an ice cream sandwich. We were actually in luck because I did remember to fill the ice cube tray. So we did have ice cube ice that day. But I actually filmed because I have Sprite or 7-Up or something. No, Squirt. I have Squirt in the fridge right now. So I did film a YouTube short of me going to the fridge and grabbing a Squirt, but then I was like, I don't really like it. So I didn't put it in, I don't think. Did I? And like the whole kind, I know that this is like, you're bargaining for a Sprite, right? And I think that the purpose of that is like, you know, like a cold drink. You're bargaining for a cold drink. And I think that the purpose of that, rather than like mocking, you know, union demands, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to point out that the things that we want are so simple. They're so simple. It's just like, I want a cold drink and I want to have rest. And I want to be able to like pay for my life shit. You know? It's so simple. We don't want to all be like multi-billion. We don't all want to be, you know, Jeff Bezos. We just want to be comfortable and safe and happy, you know, and we want just very simple things. And like, you know, these are very reasonable demands. But at the same time, there's so many people who are like, you know, you're going on strike, but like, do you really work hard enough that you deserve to like be able to live comfortably? Like, really? I don't think you do. And it's like, man, you know, it's just fucked up. It's fucked up. This shit is so fucked up. It's reasonable. It sounds reasonable because it is reasonable. You know? I think this video is like simultaneously the like, it's like the saddest, the happiest, it's the angriest. It's one of those videos where there's just so much, you know, all of the feelings, all of the stages of grief are coming out of this video. And it's like, you know, shit sucks. Can we make society like slightly better, please? Yeah. There's like a big pause here. I forget how big the pause is. But it's supposed to be... It's not supposed to be a comfortable pause, you know? It's supposed to be a very uncomfortable pause because... You know... Yeah. I don't know, it makes me sad. It just makes me sad how, like, fucked up shit is. And I just, like, a few months from now, I'm gonna be out in that big wide world and I have to, like, figure my shit out, and I just have so much anxiety about that, and you know, I hate that there's nothing, like, better. Not yet, at least. But, you know, one day. Not a particularly religious person, but there is something undeniably powerful about the idea of nailing your 95 thesis to the church door. Luther's thesis was a rejection of the idea that your material wealth can determine your salvation. If you simply have enough cash on hand, you can ensure that you will reach heaven, while the rest of the masses will have to dick around in purgatory because fuck those guys, I guess. I don't have cash. Fuck. I'm an atheist, it's fine. It's fine. Luther was probably not the first-class warrior, and I'm no theologist, so I can't attest to whether or not he was a very good one, but the image of this, the idea of speaking truth to power in a time when the church is the power, was kind of badass. Kind of badass, man. Rock on. And with that as my inspiration, I try to make every work that I create something that I could nail to a church door, or whatever door is representative of the master's door. It's printing out every frame of all of my 5 videos so I can nail them to a church door. I mean, it sounds like something I would do. It's not easy, mostly because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But also because I know I am within the system, the master system. And I know that as a product of that, I have learned and internalized values and assumptions that I might not recognize I have. But I also know that within that system, my value to that system is entirely contingent upon whether I'm a traitor to the communities I belong to. Queer people, poor people, leftists, anarchists, and the communities I would conspire with. People of color, the people of Palestine, queer people whose identities are different from mine. I do not want my work to be used to perpetuate harm. I do not want my work to sit comfortably under the master's roof. Shit, I don't even want it to sit on his front lawn, man. I want it to be squatting outside of his house on the sidewalk next to an inflatable Scabby the Rat. I don't know, man. I feel like it could be kind of cool. You know? I want to smash the table into so many pieces that it can't be put back together again. We aren't there yet. We aren't ready. So instead, I need to learn. I need to learn and breed and grow and change as much as I can. And with each project I create, maybe I get a little closer. But I can't ever lose this framework, this way of understanding my work, what it needs to be doing, what it wants to be doing, what it's capable of doing, the system it exists within, and how those systems impact it, sometimes without me even recognizing it. I call it process. We are all in process. Learning through doing, right? We can try, we can have a fun time, we can have hope. We can pass that hope on to other people. Because if I have fun and I have hope, even as I'm creating this disaster project, I can do the hard work of learning, refining my ideas, struggling with how I want to be perceived and how my work is perceived. If I can do that and still make it into a fun thing, a thing that isn't quite so scary, a thing that helps people along with their own journey of process, maybe that's what is really important about this project. As long as we engage in struggle, as long as we resist falling into despair, as long as we find the small joys in life and celebrate them together, I have faith that someday the trees I plant today will finally grow tall enough to give shade. I'm back on my BioShock shit. Life is about transitions. Not transition title card slides. I'm sorry. Transitions in where we are, who we are, how we interact with the world, how we understand the world. Way back in part 2, I told you about BioShock 2. BioShock 2. About the sea slug hive mind. The everyman, the man that has all of the seats for all the tables, and everyone is sitting in a seat in those tables. No, not Eleanor Lamb. Gilbert Alexander. Gilbert Alexander was a tool. A scientist who worked for both Andrew Ryan and some other guy. I don't remember his name. But they were the two men who would be master of Rapture. Alexander was responsible for the creation of Big Daddies, the mindless, rage-filled dive suits you fight in BioShock 1 and 2, because we don't talk about Infinite. Big Daddies were once human, but were turned into monstrous creations through the magic sea slug juice that augmented their strength, abilities, and eventually even their minds. Alexander was responsible for the pair bond, which is the reason why the player character of BioShock 2 is so desperate to reach Eleanor. If he doesn't, he will die. The other versions of this pair bond, the one we see displayed in most Big Daddies we meet within the game, make the Big Daddy territorial and possessive of the little sister he is meant to protect. In early versions of the pair bond, this was to an extent that the Big Daddy might die of despair if his little sister dies. Of course, this model of the pair bond was too destructive, so after this they focused on binding Big Daddies to the symbol of the little sister rather than to any individual. This reflects the broader BioShock theme of family. Andrew Ryan's perfect city, free of ideological weight and able to do free market capitalism fairly and justly, has a tendency to warp and twist these family bonds. Ryan was killed by his own son, who was taken by some guy I don't know, and experimented on to create the perfect dog who would bark on command. Big Daddies were warped into mindless monsters who fatherly love will lead them to either kill or die,
while the parents, the actual parents of the children are murdered or sell their children to science, or have their children just disappear and never be found again. And Sophia Lamb, our resident collectivist, wants to inject her child with so much of the magic juice that she will become a hive mind who knows all, sees all, and controls all. Of course, Sophia has reason to believe that this will not work because Alexander injected himself with the brain juice first. And it turned him into, so far as I can tell, a giant, probably radioactive sea slug. An addendum to that. So far as I can tell, a giant, probably radioactive sea slug who wants to murder you.
You wouldn't dare! You wouldn't dare! The artery! Not in this house!
Very fun, very sexy, very normal, very cool. Totally okay. Granted, he probably only wants to murder you because he lives in a kill or be killed world where everyone has a grenade launcher in a city made of glass under the sea. Totally fine, totally normal, totally sexy, very cool. But who knows? The point is, Lamb knows what she's doing. She is a product of Andrew Ryan's rapture, even as she pretends that she is above it. And from within the protection of the Master's house, she uses the Master's tools to rule. Ryan may be dead. And some other guy whose name I forget. But the spirit of rapture lives on. And in the previous game, in this game, we are shown evidence of rapture's spirit. The crumbling edifice and infrastructure that was allowed to fail because the city's leaders preferred endless war and power struggles over maintaining complex architecture. The crumbling of which will eventually lead to the deaths of everyone when the whole thing eventually collapses because of the one physics word I know, which is pressure equalization. Think a mass casualty event where everyone becomes fish food all at once. Yummy. The arms race where all the bad guys have guns, so all the good guys need better guns and fire hands. Boom. The instability of resources, the transactional nature with which human life is treated, the many deaths of despair you see laid out in the bedrooms and hotel rooms of Rapture. A medical system designed around providing costly services to clients rather than giving care to patients. Does this sound familiar to you? BioShock is like a feather tickling around the edges of your brain, calling to mind such images that feel familiar, even though they are drastically different from how I experience the world outside the game. Literacies? But even within this darkness, there is hope. Like BioShock 1, the choice to save or kill the little sisters is up to you. But BioShock 2 adds another layer of choice that will be important to the end of the game. You will encounter 3 people who play a great part in your journey and struggle. All of them are the reasons why you are in this state to begin with. Why you and Eleanor are suffering. And you can choose to kill them. Something any other citizen of Rapture wouldn't think twice about. Or you can choose to forgive them. And in the end, Eleanor, your little sister, will be free from Rapture and all its nightmares and horrors. And what will she take with her to the world above? What will she teach to the little sisters she helped you rescue.
The rapture dream was over.
You get to
You
choose
taught
that.
me that evil is
And
just
then
a
your
word.
character dies.
Under the skin.
But his spirit will live on within Eleanor. And that spirit will be passed down from her to all those she meets.
When given the chance, you forgave.
Yeah.
Always. Mother believed this world was irredeemable, but she was wrong, Father. We are Utopia, you and I. And in forgiving, we left the door open for her. The rapture dream is over, but in waking, I am reborn. This world is not ready for me, yet here I am. It would be so easy to misjudge them. You are my conscience, Father, and I need you to guide me.
This stupid ending always makes me stupid ugly cry.
Like helmet light thing.
I'm crying in the fucking video.
Oh,
I'm
my God.
crying
Be
in
with
real
me
life.
now, Father. Your
Bullshit.
memories, your
Stop
drives.
trying to make
And
me
when I need
cry,
you,
damn it.
You'll be there on my shoulder, whispering.
I mean, it's such a happy ending, you know? It's such a happy freaking ending. That's the point. You know, the point is that there's happy endings, and we gotta make our fucking happy ending. You know? And you don't make it by drop shipping, you make it by building the world that you want to live in. And you build it with the people you love. And stupid ass ending. Stupid ass game. I hate this stupid ending. It's awful. I should edit it out of the fucking video. Just like
If Utopia is not a place, but a people,
you get to throw all that fucking shit away, you know? You get to do that. You gotta throw it away. You get to Utopia is not a place, but a people. Oh my god, I love these fucking games, man. Except Infinite. Fuck Infinite.
and we must choose carefully, for the world is about to change. And in our story, Rapture was just the beginning.
Yeah, I really like this ending. Oh.
If you are one of those guys who likes to copyright, well, you'll have a really tough time of it, 'cause I made it up. I made it up. I made it up. I made it up. Oh, yes, I did. I made it up. I made it up. I made it up. If you are one of those guys, you'll have a really tough time, 'cause I made it up. I made it up. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah.
Society.
Oh my god. That is the stupidest thing. This is the stupidest thing I've ever sung in my whole entire fucking life. I just... the intro riffs, the first couple, this one is its own recording, but the first few were taken from a single recording where I kind of made all these, I did like a, I just did a riff and I did all these little noises and I took them and I cut them up and I spliced them together with the layering and the editor, and I mean, it sounds like hell, but it feels pretty good, I think I did a good job with that shit.
Prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of.
Sonnet 73. That time of year thou mayest in me behold. That time of year thou mayest in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none, or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold. Bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceivest, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. So this poem, I wrote sonnet, Shakespeare sonnet. I didn't put it up there. I didn't put the text up there. But, it's basically about, you're consumed by that which you were nourished by. You were consumed by life. You were consumed by life. You lived your life so fully, and it just, living your life just took your entire life to do. And that's why, that is why your love is so strong, is because you lived a beautiful life. And that's, I really love that poem because, I don't know, I've been kind of, I don't know. My grandma died, and it's been a hard time, and consumed by that which I was nourished by. At one point, I don't know. That's just kind of how life is. You gotta do your best with what you've got, and it's always better when we do it together. I've actually written most of this on the Google Docs app on my phone because my desk chair hurts to sit on. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope that there was something in it for you. It's my dream to find new ways of engaging students to build the abolitionist classroom. The abolitionist classroom didn't make it into the final version of this project. I believe in learning through doing, throwing my body at the problem. And so this project, not just the videos, but the written portion, became this wild fantasy fever dream where I could stake out a place to imagine the world of the future, the student projects of the future, the scholarship of the future. But the abolitionist classroom is the classroom of the future. It's not a particular place. It can be anywhere at any time. There are no bells and desks and teachers standing in front of the room dictating to students about the assumptions, values, and language of the classroom. The abolitionist classroom is built around students' needs to be part of social groups, to face complex challenges that require complex solutions, and most importantly, to have fun.
We need to have fun. Especially children. Children need to have fun, but also like adults. We all need to have fun. We need to have more fun. Shit sucks because we don't have enough fun. Jesus Christ. End of project. Not really. I still have a little bit more to go. Abolition doesn't start and end with prisons. Just like anything else, abolition is about the abolition of a system. As Angela Davis says in Are Prisons Obsolete? It's actually like the first fucking line. In most parts of the world, it is taken for granted that whoever is convicted of a serious crime will be sent to prison. First fucking page. The prison is seen as inevitable. The prison is seen as necessary. The Master's Tools are in the comment section ranting about bad guys. Stop doing that. Go away. And of course, the prison is in our schools and within our children in their restriction to certain places, their assignment to specific spaces and restriction from others. The top-down authority where they are largely powerless within the system and denied self-determination. Does this sound familiar to you? Like a feather tickling around the edges of your brain. My first job was working in after school. It was a government program that was funded because it was meant to be academic. Think study hall for 8-year-olds after they've already spent the whole day sitting in school. And if you think that's not fucked up enough, this program was specifically designed for low-income students. Students whose parents couldn't afford to send them to the fun daycare, where they get to have fun. Because, you know, poor people need more discipline and all that jazz. There was so much potential in this program. But when we as workers with experience on the floor would struggle to make things better, we were often met with rejection by the administration that claimed to know what they were doing, but who were hopelessly incompetent when it came to actually dealing with children and their needs. It was this job that radicalized me. It was this job where I learned what it meant to build community. It was this job where I learned that even adults need to apologize when we fucked up. It was this job where I learned that most of our problems can be resolved by talking about how we feel about something that has happened. Most of our problems. Most problems can be you can just talk it out. We don't need to wave guns and cameras around in each other's faces. Chill the fuck out, people. And it was at this job. Okay, but like for fucking real, we did just chill the fuck out, people. Like there's no we live in the least chill timeline. We need to live in a chiller timeline. Where I learned the strategies to move forward and heal, even if I couldn't see it at the time. And so, in honor of these experiences, and the kids I worked with who I still think about all the time, and my coworkers who were all working just as hard as me to make the best out of a shitty situation, I want to tell you about my threshold concepts. One last time. For now, at least. Maybe. I don't know. Bodies at problems. We learn the best through doing. So believe in yourself and keep trying. Failure is part of the process. Making my peace. We all need to learn emotional regulation, and part of that is just talking about what bothers us. People gotta eat. Most people, but kids especially, don't have control over the things that will sustain them and are instead struggling to get what they need to survive. Have empathy and remember, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Sustainability. We all have something worthy of passing on to others. And one of the greatest joys in life is being part of a community that values you and what you have to share. Master's Tools, Master's House. We aren't going to change things by returning to tradition or creating stricter standards and higher expectations. Even if we believe that we need to prepare students who can
thrive under capitalism. The way we are teaching now doesn't do that, and the system isn't designed to allow that. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, no matter how skillfully we think we can train our students to use them. We need to cultivate a student who is brave enough to speak truth to power, who is willing to resist injustice, who fights for equity. We need the students of a future that doesn't exist yet, because those are the students who can imagine that future. Those are the students who can kick ass to make it. Thank you for watching. This has been Proletariat Prince, and these are my 5 threshold concepts. I'll see you in the next one. That's so stupid. Oh, okay, so that's done. I think I want to end the stream here because I have some writing to do because I have to write the things for this. So thank you for joining, and I'll see you in the next one. I hope you liked my videos. The second one that we watched is not public yet, but it will be as soon as the Works Cited is finished, and so, you know, you can watch it again then with all of the sources cited. It's not gonna be quite so many sources as the one about the memes, but that's okay. So thank you for joining. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.